smoking with a bang, ta-da. Salty like they bang, la-da. Head up in my face, no space, put it up, I don't fade. I ain't missing no shot, cause I'm always in range.
I think I describe Oscar as a very good player. He's always catching me out of something. He's always doing something you're getting surprised of.
He's super aggressive and I think he's really good.
My name's Oscar Vøsgaard. In-game I'm just known as Vøsgaard and I'm from Denmark. It was in 2017. I was kind of playing on my dad's PC. The PC was so bad and you could play Fortnite on PlayStation, so I tried it and I thought it was very, very fun. Just kept on playing, got good. I was always the best of my friends. I think that's quite normal for the pro gamers. Yeah, and then just kind of just snowballed and then now we're here. I think I'm quite good overall player. I have like pretty solid aim, I have quite good mechanics. I understand the game quite well. I don't really have too big flaws, and I think that's probably my strong point. I just like competing. I always want to win if you want to be very great at something. Being a competitive person definitely helps. It's like a personality trait that you kind of need. It makes you push a bit harder and learn a bit quicker, because you have to. You gotta adapt if you want to win. The more I compete, the better I got at controlling my emotions. But sometimes you gotta be on, especially when you do comms. So if I have to scream, I'm gonna scream. If we win something big, I'm gonna scream. But other than that, I'm just kind of chilling. Lately, I have been focusing on improving my game sense. I'm trying to in-game lead. I used to be a fragger. It's a bit of a challenge, but I think I'm improving at it. When you IGL, you need to always stay aware of the situation, aware and focused. There's a lot of micro decisions that you need to make. I think you have more control. So I think if you want to do great and you don't want to rely on teammates too much, you should IGL. We both want to qualify for the championship later this year. It's going to be a nice experience to play on home crowd. But yeah, we're definitely pushing and I think we have a good chance as well. Back in 2021 was my current peak, and then I kind of fell off, I guess. But now I'm back. I think I still have a lot to prove. I think I can do it again and hopefully win. If I were to stop my career now, I don't know what I would be remembered for. So that's kind of bad. We need to fix that. So we need to win something big.
Players of Europe better shape up, because tonight is the last chance to secure your series points. Some teams might find themselves in the front seat and already be in the grand finals, while some have to battle it out and make an outstanding performance in order to make it to Surge Week. Giannis and Reason are one of the teams that are not safe for grand finals just yet. A good performance tonight might just be enough to shake up the leaderboard, skip the Surge Week, and go directly to the grand finals. Even though Refsguard and Hellfire find themselves currently in the position for grand finals, they're on the edge of going to Surge Week. Tonight, they have to play well if they want to make sure they go straight to grands. Lastly, we have Pablo, Wingo, and Bevies, a young and talented team. However, with a miss out on series points from last week, these guys need to make it big in order to even make it to Surge Week. Can they make it happen and keep the FNCS dream alive? Buckle up, as this is the last call before we reach Surge Week next weekend. Which teams will we see there, and which teams will go directly to grand finals? Stick around, because we're about to find out. This is the EU FNCS.
This is it, week 3 of the FNCS, and duos will have to do one of 2 things today. They hope to keep that FNCS dream alive. 1, place top 40 on that series point leaderboard, go straight to grand finals. Or 2, place top 90 and hope to keep that dream alive in Surge Week. All that kicks off right now in major number 2 of EU. Now, there's not only been some developments in the meta, but there's also duos to focus on who are right on that bubble. Duos that have to perform so huge today. If you want to go to grand finals, try one last chance in Surge Week. There's so much to talk about. And who better to talk about all that with than none other than Mini Miner and the Best Taco.
I think we've run out of ideas of what to do for a walkout.
Were you pickaxing your way?
I don't know.
Don't want to see any NPC activity today.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's already started, I think.
It's always when Taco's around. Welcome, my friends, to the FNCS. Here we are, major number 2, week 3 of the FNCS. Action kicks off in Europe. And man, oh man, a lot of these duos, they're feeling that pressure. They have to come out huge today if they hope to stay in top 40, land in top 40, land in top 90. So much to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's always the threat of Surge Week kind of looming on the horizon for a lot of these teams, but I want to see that top 40 actually be solidified. We know that there are some teams that are already good to go, but I want to see maybe some new guys actually surface up.
Yeah, some of our teams have different objectives today, some of which are trying to get into Surge Week. Some of them are just trying to get into grand finals, and some of them are just trying to stay in the competition as a whole. So it's going to be interesting to see those narratives develop today and see who does what, because this is always exciting, the last week of quals.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with the recent changes we saw, there's a couple more things we'll be dialing in as we continue and get ready for the game. So why don't we go ahead and talk about this series point leaderboard. So what is this leaderboard? So check this out. Wherever a duo places at the end of the day, they will then put series points, double points, on that series point leaderboard. Okay, so right now we know top 40 is the auto qualify, going straight into grand finals in 2 weeks. But if you can't land inside that top 90, you won't even make it to Surge Week. Right now, Ricky Ark, 885 points, is currently right on that bubble. But if we just kind of go a couple more spaces up, a duo I just can't imagine I'd see in a position like this, Refsguard and Hellfire.
Yeah, they're not safe. I mean, they're not guaranteed to be in grand finals quite yet. And this is a high-tier duo, as you mentioned, Zeke. We did not expect them to be in this position so far, only needing about 42nd or so today just to get into grand finals. But it's not done and dusted yet, Taka.
No, and being contested as well at their drop spot of Mega City, you have to imagine that while you would anticipate a duo that individually very experienced, their development since Major 1 and playing in those finals together, I think that that's where we could really see how well Refsguard and Hellfire are actually managing to mold throughout.
Yeah, I like that, because they've actually switched drops as well. Last season, they were landing more towards the middle of the map, more of a split drop. Now they're going to Mega Cities, trying to claim that position, which does come with its risks, but the reward is very sweet.
Absolutely, and as we kind of turn our attention back to the series point leaderboard, now you're thinking, this duo, of course, is there anybody else out there? Well, let's take a look outside of that bubble. Now, remember, top 90 is Surge Week. Another duo, Janice and Reason. A duo that I just kind of would have already said, yeah, grand finals, right, they're in. That's not the case.
They're not in. I mean, it's another duo where you would expect them to be in. I mean, you have Janice, a multi-time FNCS champion here. We're talking about a duo that should already be guaranteed into grand finals, but it just hasn't quite worked out that way for them. So far, it's been about mobility. Of course, we've seen the ODM gear being added. We're seeing a lot of mobility items that are in the game, but also those zone changes that happen, of course.
Yeah.
Those 6th and 7th zones, they're pulling a little bit further. So these guys are finding it a little bit difficult at the moment because they don't get that mobility off spawn.
But maybe slightly less emphasis on the hindrance of those lack of mobilities at their initial drop spot. Because again, when you think about the fact that Giannis has 14 finals appearances, you have to imagine that he's still got a couple of tricks up his sleeve to make sure that he can turn it into 15.
And Minnie, where would this duo need to end the day to secure that grand final?
So 25th is our prediction for that. So hopefully they can make it happen.
Okay, all right. Another duo here is Lucia and Fury here in 74th. Remember, once again, 90's that cutoff, right? So this duo, if they want to stay in that top 90, they do have to perform well today.
Yeah, they do, but their main goal today is all about grand finals. Now, this is a duo that did actually switch drops lately. They're actually landing at the Citadel uncontested now, Taco. So it might be a little bit difficult for them, but they need a 5th overall today to qualify straight into grand finals.
And the other thing, too, about Lucia and Fury is that you're talking about the fact that they're uncontested at the Citadel, but this is a duo that loves to be aggressive early on. So they're going to have to come up with basically a new sort of strategy if they want to make sure that they're maintaining those surge tag damages throughout so they don't fall into that damage threshold.
Swizzy and Shimoki did it, so no reason why these guys can't. So I'm excited to see how they do.
All right, and one final duo to toss your way. I'm about to blow your mind. Is Anas and Marine. Anas, I mean, one of the veterans in the scene paired up with Marine. And these guys, to just continue that run, once again, they just have to put on a show today.
I mean, we're talking about teams that need to get a good performance to get into grand finals. This is a duo that needs a good performance to get into Surge Week. They're not even there yet, which is kind of crazy. But of course, when you take into account that, of course, Anas played with Hen at the beginning of the season, they actually played week 1 together. So now Anas and Marine coming together, they've only actually had 2 weeks of FNCS experience. And this is, of course, their first finals. So our prediction is around 17th that they need in at the end of today to make it into that Surge Week position. It's definitely doable for this duo, though.
But when we think about teams and flexibility, I think that Marine's got that unlocked because remember how it went at Invitational of Eco? He could do this.
Okay, well, hey, why don't we come this way as we kind of get in the mindset of the players. You know we have to take that opportunity. We got to talk to one of the members we'll be seeing compete here. It is none other than Refsguard. Oh, man, Refsguard, it's good to see you, man. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm great.
That is good,
excited
man.
to be here.
Awesome. Well, hey, week number 3. Let's just start off with a simple question. How are you guys feeling coming into the week? Do you feel like you guys are calm and you're here to kind of like do what you need to do? Is there maybe a little bit of nerve?
I think it's a really very chilling week. I think we need like top 40 for grands. So I think we're just gonna try to play as good as possible. I'm hoping we can get like top 3 or something, so we can get some good practice before grands, but we'll see. I just think it's going to be fun, honestly. So we'll see.
All right.
Well, it seems like you're in the right mindset for it, but on top of the fact that you know that you're looking at that 40th place threshold, being contested at Mega City, does that pose any sort of a threat to your overall goal for today?
Not really, I think. We're normally contested a lot, and there's a lot of buildings, and I think once we have like at least like a gun and some shield, then we don't usually die to anyone. So I think as long as they don't have better drops than us, then we are fine.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we watched a really good video at the beginning of the show of you talking about your gameplay and, of course, your character. And you mentioned that you actually switched to the IGL role. Tell us about what that's been like for you mentally, of course, taking on that challenge.
I think IGLing is way harder than supporting or fracking, at least for me. I still have a lot to learn. I don't think I'm good enough at it yet, but I think it's gonna come. I feel like I've been learning stuff, but it's definitely hard. It's been hard, but I'm playing with Hellfire, so even if we make some mistakes and we don't have the best loot, we're normally good at killing or getting eliminations to get out of it. So
yeah, if there's anyone that can step up to that challenge, Refsguard, it is you. Now, before we let you go, where can the fans find you, man?
It's Refsguard on all socials, and then NIP post does some tweets and stuff as well. So Refsguard on all social media.
Awesome. Well, Refsguard, best of luck today. We can't wait to see how you guys show up for us, and we hope you hope to see you next week in Grands.
Thank you, guys. Have a good podcast, okay?
Thank you, Refsguard. Thank you so much, man. Oh man, Refsguard, a legend. If you are not following him, make sure you go take that time because he is so dope. Now let's take a moment here and talk about some of the changes we saw coming in from last week. And let's go ahead and use a nice little example in Mr. Savage and, of course, Vidil. We have to talk about how this duo likes to take every opportunity they can to make sure they are successful.
Yeah, they do. And this duo are, at the moment, the kings of consistency. When they came together, a lot of people would have had questions about their maybe prowess as a duo. They're two, of course, incredible players individually, but together they haven't necessarily proved themselves. But this season, they are doing just that. Back-to-back seconds in Week 1 and Week 2 finals. This duo are on fire. And, of course, it's down to their mid-game surge, but also down to their end-game rotations.
And the end-game rotation specifically, when you break down how this duo actually likes to rotate throughout, we see them consistently as soon as those zones go for a switch up into 7th, 8th zone here for this circumstance, but that's going to be Vidil and Mr. Savage with that pink arrow highlight. And again, the moment that the zone ticks over into 8th zone, we already see them catapulting themselves over to the edge of zone. They want to make sure that they're in a priority position, and directly behind them, of all duos, Queasy and Veno. So you can tell that a lot of these top teams, they're finding these consistencies with their placements because they're able to push themselves into the right position so that they can prioritize just their movements and their rotations throughout that late game aspect.
Yeah, I mean, just look at their positioning right here as well. We can see the congested side of the zone on that south side, and they're able just to be chilling on that north side of the zone, which is, of course, the uncongested side. And it's because of their mid-game surge. They're able just to get so many tags early on in multiple different ways, which will break down. But when they do get into this later stages, of course, these later zones, they're just so good. They're sticking together like glue, and Mr. Savage is doing a great job at leading the duo here. Even when they do get split a little bit, Taco, they're just able to get back together. It's almost like they're on the same wavelength.
Yeah, and then when you also look at the fact that over the past 2 weeks that they have been playing together for their overall game time, 2.5 hours of actual in-game time spent. But out of that, on average, only 5 minutes is actually being spent where they're playing as a solo. So it's a pretty much a huge testament to the fact that they know how to basically just stick together.
Yeah, and this is a prime example right here. They're not just boxing up and getting surge in the traditional way. They're able to have that flexibility to go ahead and push teams in the mid-game. You know what? They're going to be confident. They're going to think, we are the deal. We are Mr. Savage. We can take fights on, and oh boy, do they do. Of course, we just saw a great example of that as well, but they're very smart players as well. They know when to box up. They know when to be a little bit more chilling in these environments because they think, you know what, let's just not risk our game too much here, even though we are crazy at it. But this is one of the duos that has been able to manage that consistency really well. I believe they've had a top 25 in every single game of the 12 games of finals they played. No other duo has managed to do that in every single game. So this is a top-tier duo and having top-tier results.
It's just amazing awareness as well, the way that they're able to actually tarp through a lot of those late-game moving zones. They're not running into other congestion building up basically throughout those mid-ground layers. And one more time, I think Savage, can get a huge shout-out for this one because he's the IGL or the priority IGL of this duo.
Yeah, absolutely. Consistency, right? That is what we're always going to come back and talk about when it comes to Fortnite, right? You have to be consistent if you want to put up these big numbers and, of course, ultimately hold the axe of champions and make it to the global champions later this year. Of course, it's not just us talking about all things Fortnite. We got two casters. You know them. You love them. It's Levin2K and Jacob PR.
Whew. Feels great to be back for Week 3, Zeke.
Pickaxing my way through all the haters. It's like the best taco there.
Dude, yours is really cool. I like the way you did yours.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Of course. All right, are you guys excited to be here?
Bro, I'm excited. I am so excited to be here right now. It's already heating up because this is Week 3. It's all or nothing for some of these teams. Do you make it to finals? Do you go to Surge Week? Or do you watch at home with the rest of us?
I am very excited, Zeke. Personally, right, the team I have my eyes on, Malibuka and Thomas, this is a team that was contested last week, right? They had so many problems being contested. This week, that probably is not going to be the case. They get pulse rifles, they win games. It's the formula for them so far this season, and I think they'll do that again today.
And how do you guys feel about the changes that have made to zones, right, this last week? Now duos have coming in. They've only had about a week to adapt. How do we feel about the duos coming in?
Yeah, no more pizza parties, right? So that's, I'm a fan of pizza, of course. I do like my fair share of pizza, but be saving that for next season, I guess.
To me, it just really kind of makes the difference between some of the elite teams in the lobby that are proactively thinking about the future and not, because if you make a bad rotation on those zone pulls, you're probably going down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, guess what, guys? It is that time. We're kicking off week number 3 here in Europe. It is that time. Remember, this is it. We're either going for that lock into grands, hope to find Surge Week, or we are just waiting it out in major number 3. So let's kick off the competition right here, right now. This is the FNCS.
This is the last week of qualifiers here in EU FNCS. And there are many different teams in this lobby that all have to accomplish different things today if they want a chance at the grand finals.
And talk about accomplishments, though. I got to give credit to Mr. Savage once more. The last time I seen him as an individual play this well, it was a third-party event. It was international soil, Anaheim, California. He had a clutch of a lifetime to take first place overall. If he can kind of channel that same confidence, that same momentum here this weekend, they could be the #1 team going into finals.
And look, we ain't gonna wait much longer to see if they can do that because the players are out. Some of them even landed. So we'll start off here with the Frenchies, Floki and Clement, all the way here on the west side of the map, who haven't quite had the most impressive seasons. I feel like that's been the trend for a lot of French Fortnite players so far, at least the elite ones we're used to seeing. Again, this is that last chance for them. Off spawn though, you can see here towards this Frenzy Fields area.
Almost looking like a true 50-50. Whoever's brave enough to go for the top of those buildings usually finds themselves with the best loot, but I might have spoke too soon. Puzo just trying to take that high ground, go around, even spread as much of the heals as possible. For him, it's just slap juices, but something is better than nothing as he lands that first shot on the Mixon, forcing him back into Blatch's arms so they can try to get that 2v1, but they need to be careful. His teammate is around the outskirts on the outside, possibly trying to get that additional angle. And the longer they stay here, they continue to converge on a Mixon and Blatch. It's going to get that much harder, but that 2v1 on the other side could prove to be the difference.
You're seeing both teams not working with the most in terms of loot. Mixon desperately trying to farm away just to give themselves that extra bit of a helping hand when taking these fights.
Yeah, they're kind of bare bones here, fighting for scraps, the little bit of materials that can scavenge around this building. And for Mixon and Blacha, they're just kind of staying at the low ground, at the bottom floor of that building, but they might have found the separation. That's the 2v1 they were looking for.
Yeah, it's not looking good. They've given them an opportunity, but a big shot there will just slow them down just that bit. And another one, forcing Dandy back, forcing him upwards. And now they've evened the score here in terms of just making it so that they aren't the ones on the back foot with their backs pressed against the wall.
That's the thing, Blacha and Mixon, they have the right idea in mind when that player is solo away from the rest of his team. They're trying to bull rush and take him down while they have the timing on their side and the numbers, but they're just not quick enough. They're able to deal some damage, but with the amount of loot they've scavenged all from the outsides and they keep pressuring from the multiple angles, it's just going to be very, very hard for anybody to really take advantage unless they risk it all for it.
Seeing again, patiently playing these angles. I think at this point in the fight, right, typically as an IGL, you're probably thinking, do we disengage? Do we just try to get out of here, make something of this, or do we just fully commit? We've already spent so much time. And at the end of the day, right, a lot of these teams, it's all about almost just alphaing the other team, right?
Yep.
Showing them, look, do not contest us, don't land here. We are going to fight. We have nothing to lose. That sort of mentality. For Mixon and Blackjack, it may definitely be that they have pride, they have their egos. So they'll patiently wait for their opponents to make the wrong move.
Yeah, and especially this being game #1, the chances of this happening is through the roof until you prove to them or you kind of back them off and let them know you're not going to be able to get away with something like that. But they need to be careful because the longer this one takes, you already see on the mini-map where the zone is kind of pushing these teams in. The third party going to inch themselves closer and closer, and as soon as the shots continue to fire off, that's a third party that somebody's going to take advantage of.
And here, Anasa Marine, a team that is relatively newly formed. Of course, both players not having the best starts to the seasons that they would have wanted to have, deciding to join forces now towards the back end and a last chance to qualify. The analysts were talking about sort of how well they'll have to do today if they have a shot of not making it to grand finals, but getting into the Surge Week.
I gotta give them a huge pat on the back for having that much confidence to make that late switch up into week 3, where I kind of mentioned in the previous show, it is all or nothing. Kind of don't have much to lose with how it's been going so far, but Hizik lands that first shot on the Blacha. That's going to be the first knock of this fight. May have taken a while, but finally the dust is going to begin to get settled. And with a 2v1 like that, they once again give themselves so many options and flexibility. Mixon's trying to attack while the iron's hot, but it's ultimately his demise. He goes down, and finally this one's going to end and allow this team to go ahead and rotate and play the rest of their game out.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Hizix. Composed towards the end, closes out the fight. This is Savage and Vidil, not contested here at Naughty Nets, which I think is a good thing for anyone that's been rooting for them. I actually spoke to Mr. Savage at the start of the season, and I said to him, look, you guys are doing really, really well, but my guy, when it comes finals, someone's going to land on you, someone's going to contest you, and all the hard work you put in is going to crumble away. Fortunately, that hasn't quite happened yet, but we'll keep our eyes open. Some Naughty Nets teams across the region have been putting in some decent performances, so we'll see. I think there's no doubts in my mind that when they're not contested, they are one of the best teams in the region right now. Vino and Queasy, what more can we say about them, right?
You said the phrase, best team in the region. They heard you. Their ears perked up, just like Vino's outfit right here, saying, Lev, are you talking about us? You went ahead and you teamed with him in a couple of those scrims. How did that go?
Oh, you know, yeah, I got the chance to fill in for Queasy in a couple scrims, and it didn't go too bad, if I do say so myself. I thought I stepped into those shoes quite nicely, won some off-spawn fights and whatnot, but nothing major, you know, standard stuff.
Nothing too big that Levin can't handle there, but it just goes to show, like, not necessarily anything on you, but Vino can probably team with anybody at this stage in the game and win an off-spawn fight. But we talked about this team here, Thomas and Malibuca, and their bravery to go for Rift Island and those pulse rifles. The same could be said here for the vault over towards Mega City. They're fighting tooth and nail, even when they already have that legendary Havoc. They want more. They want that mythic.
Yeah, these guys are greedy. These guys are really greedy.
That's one way to put it.
Because not only are they going to try to play for the Vault, and if they do get the Vault, I bet you they're going to try to play for the Rift Island as well, right? They want the mythic shotguns and the pulse rifles, a combination that, if handed to them, will be devastating for everybody in the lobby.
Including this here as Misha and Tini just hunting down their opponents. You saw one was already knocked. Instead of giving them more than enough time to work with to try to get the revive back up, they just pushed and bulldozed their way into the box to try to get the finish, but they just continuously pushed them farther and farther back to where, honestly, it's going to be hard for him to pull himself back into this game. For them, they're just going to take the loot that they got, the damage for Storm Surge, and continue on with the rest of their day.
A look here at Janice and Reason, who, again, are another one of those teams who really have to perform today to make this season worth their while. Janice and Reason shocked the world with their performance in the finals last major, but they finished day one in first place, couldn't quite hold on, considering that many people didn't really have them as a team who could get top 5. For them to not make finals at all this season would be certainly a big shame. For them to not auto-qualify to grand finals would be a big, big shame.
Goes to show that even so some players might think this is the easiest meta, it's hard to stay perfect through and through, especially with the changes coming in, forcing players to adapt. As Mr. Savage and Vidil once again over towards Naughty Nets, they found some familiarity, and that's fighting these early game fights while they're so far out away from everybody else on the map, where the chances of getting third parties are slim. And look at those shots coming in from Vidil, and as soon as he takes the shield off, you know how aggressive Vidil can get. He's ready to finish this one off, get 2 more points to their total, and add more to their Storm Surge.
Yeah, and this is brilliant. Oh, a left-hand peek there, and it still pays off for him. Mikey and Nazark, they're one of the teams that has their eyes on Naughty Nets, right? They're a team that wants to land there, wants to contest. And so if Vidil and Mrs. Savage can really just condition these guys to say, hey, look, don't land here, that will be perfect going into the grand finals. And they've started off well. They pick up Mikey. And that's what this week is going to be about for a lot of the teams in this lobby, especially the ones who do already have, you know, their spot in the grand finals. It's about conditioning the other teams in your area to know this is how we play. You have to deal with that. Malibuca and Thomas, a prime example of that as well. We saw in the rounds previous to round 3, they were trying to condition for, you know, the pulse rifles, the Rift Island, making sure everybody in that area knows we're going to land there. If they do that here again in this lobby, I won't be surprised if they finish the day at least in the top 3.
Yeah, just an interesting situation that we kind of jump onto. 3 teams were kind of fighting for this at one point or another. Carrot, the team that Malibuca and Thomas took down, just took down Hellfire and Refguard literally seconds before.
Yeah. Really nicely done from these guys. They pick up their cash there as well. And the one thing I'll say about that team is that I don't think I've watched a game from them this season where they are max mats, you know, good loot, they have katanas, and they don't do really well. Like, I don't think that's existed this season, so I'm predicting an early, you know, top finish from these guys in this game here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for some, but for others, they already got their plan set out, what they need to do in order to place today in order to get their spot directly in the grand finals or to have to fight through Surge Week, as Mikkel Master going to be one of those. And a great start for him. Taking out Vanyak, of all people, one of the more aggressive players here in this lobby. And it's him and his duo just immediately are able to kind of clean that one up. Unfortunately enough, his teammate was able to escape. So, with all this action going down very, very early on in game number 1, I'm going to go ahead and throw it on over to Vivid so we can give it the rest of that land.
Thank you, Jacob. Of course, we do have a couple of teams that we need to keep an eye out on today, and one of them is definitely going to be Myox and Slice. Finding an early elimination here, some good early Storm Surge damage done as well. But this team is predicted to need 17th just to make Surge Week, just to get into that top 90. Of course, if you look at their loadouts as well, not a lot of mobility, so Storm Surge should be easy. The rotations might be tough.
Already setting us up of what to expect from some of these teams. Big shout out to Vivid for making sure that we stay up to date with the position a lot of these teams are going to be in, fighting through the day. And it's 6 straight games, so depending on where you fall after each and every one on those leaderboards, you at least know what you need to do in order to make up for that lost time.
We've got a god being built here. They obviously got a bunch of spare mats from the teams that they fought, and they obviously got the spare metal from the cache as well.
Whoa.
A lot of spare materials. Oh, okay, and they're going to be sliding down. I don't know if I'm assuming he's got munition slide, right? So
yeah.
Maybe get some more ammo, something of that nature. Either way, that's a structure that could come in handy later down the line.
Really take note. There was a huge amount of heals. Many different variations. But will it continue to pull farther and farther away of the direction of the zone's actually going? Who's gonna know? But Kyrie has plans of his own, trying to scrap up whatever's left over towards Mega City as they continue on with their rotation. And here comes the prize in the sky.
And this is exactly what I said, right? These guys want to condition the Rift Island. They are going to go for it practically every single game. And look, let me give a warning to all of the rest of the teams in this lobby right now. You cannot allow this. If you are one of the other best teams in the lobby, if you're the likes of Queasy, you know, if you're the likes of Mr. Savage, Vidal, these kind of players who think they can win the FNCS this season, you cannot let this happen. If these guys are allowed to get this, you know, consistently in the grand finals, it's just over. You thought they came close last season? It's wraps if they can get this every single game.
Stack an advantage on top of advantage, because you think not only the best aimers in all of Fortnite, you give them high ground on Rift Island, they're gonna beam you from the sky and then try to jump on you shortly afterwards. So you gotta make sure you have every single plan up your sleeve if you're gonna go rotate in that direction. As Flixe and Gripe just set themselves up with a different location in the sky, but it's just outside of the zone over towards Mega City. So they're just trying to go ahead and get as much surge as possible. You see they got the extra heals laying around, set themselves up so that way they can focus on their rotations. That way surge isn't necessarily that fly at the picnic that's just buzzing around while they're trying to eat.
Yeah, you can see the drop down here now. Starting to think about how to get towards the zone. Where exactly you need to go. There are a couple teams in this area, as there always seemingly will be with Mega City, but considering they've been landing there all season, they'll be very familiar. Seti and Cammy. I feel like we've not spoken enough about this team. I think with some of the previous seasons they had, right, Major One didn't quite go too well for them, considering they were contested and whatnot. But I think these guys have become a real sleeper team, right? I think, assuming they're not contested, there's no reason why they can't do incredibly well. Of course, they run round 1 of Qualifier 3. So they've come into this in good form. And I think the meta this season, especially with the changes and adjustments we've had, suits their play style like none other.
Yeah, while other teams are trying to revamp their game plan and going from aggressive to trying to play passive, go for surge, that's something they've been doing season after season to get themselves that top spot. Even did it at the FNCS Invitational, as most of this one hovers over all that water, and it's even gonna go even closer. So a team that might have landed towards 90 nets might have a little bit of an extra bit of luck go their way when it comes to the zone, but others, Hedra and Dexy, they're still fighting for every single bit that they're looking to grab. Storm Surge, loot, when it comes to their builds, they only have 50 mats so far, so they're running rather low. So even if they don't try to find it now, eventually they're going to be looking for some sort of a refresh to kind of cap off their mats.
And they are very much stuck in a lot of congestion here, right? So to get towards zone will be a difficult path. They have to find that right timing. You can see Dexy looking to try wrap around the left side. And obviously they have the katanas as well, just to get ahead once that time is right. See there, they were there on congestion. They're, desperately trying to plan out how they're going to move through the zone. Trulex doesn't have to do that though. They are on the dead side. Thomas and Malabuka, they'll just create their own dead side by eliminating everybody that stands in their way.
This is exactly what I was thinking. Exactly. They got the high ground. They got that position. Oh, I feel bad. That was fun. You know what they probably spotted out from that high ground? You could probably vouch for this as well. They spotted a team boxed up in wood. If that was a metal box, a bricks box, they probably don't go for it.
I just look.
He's the prophet, guys.
When I speak, just please listen to me. Don't let these guys do this. You can't allow these guys to have the pulse rifles, because if you think that's crazy, wait till the end game. These guys have been so impressive with their height takes, right? In the past couple rounds, they've shown that they are going to aggressively look to chop down height, ramp up for it themselves. And with the pulse rifles in hand, oh my goodness. You think you're safe katanaing across first movement? It's over. Thomas HD, 200-0, done.
Then everybody else in the lobby, once you hear those pulse rifles going off, they're like, hey, let's go ahead and focus that spot there, make it a little bit easier for a team like Malabuka and Thomas. And honestly, last week, if you didn't learn last week, I don't know what is going to teach a lot of these players, because it was Thomas last week with those overclock pulse rifles. We went into a replay and it ended up into a highlight reel, getting elimination after the next. As we jump back on board Slice and Meox to where not doing so good for where we last left them off. They got enough surge to sit comfortably in this spot, barely 87 above that damage threshold. So even though he is a solo, in the back of his mind, he's wondering, where am I going to get these shots from? Because eventually, that point in time is going to come.
And of course, without Slice to help share that load, the pressure really starts to turn on for Myox. He's going to have to sort of wait for another team to katana, maybe try to take some shots at them, rotate in a bit later as well. If he goes early, he runs the risk of just being punished by all these teams perched up in these positions. Everybody right now are looking forward to opportunities for Surge, Peasy, and Veno doing exactly that. You can see here, just they know a player's knocked in that box, and so they're going to just pressure relentlessly. They're not going to give it up. Going to keep on applying it. They don't want him to get that res.
I like the way they're doing it. They know they're low on ammo, but so instead of just continuously spraying to the box, they're spraying just enough to get him to stop the revive and kind of restart it. Eventually, though, they run out completely, and they're trying to save some for later on in the game, so they might be trying to look for a refresh as Mr. Savage and Fadil. They find their way home back over towards Naughty Nets, where they were uncontested to this point, and this is where they know exactly where to scavenge a lot of that loot from.
But look, this is exactly what we were talking about at the start of the show. The analysts were highlighting it. Once that 6th zone starts to kick in, these guys will move towards dead side. They know nobody's going to be on this side of the zone because nobody was in it, right? The storm was there, so you couldn't get there. And so they're going to try and move in towards that side as the zone slowly creeps its way on in.
Everybody's like kind of forced to think outside of the box as the zone continue to pull towards Naughty Net. So we're going to have a north pull this time around. Switch up from the southern pulls that we've gotten so far. So a lot of these teams are going to be a little bit blessed here. They don't have far to rotate, far to go, but a lot of their mats, resources, and heals have all been expended up until this point, especially for Ricky and Ark, who were the targets for Queasy and Vino literally moments ago. So you see why they expended all their heals to get themselves into much better fighting shape. With 14 down the damage threshold, they have no choice but to try to get into the box. Even though he takes a huge shot trying to get in, he did just enough to get above the damage threshold.
Yeah, and they just have to force a fight. They had to try and get in and make a play. Sitting passively, sitting patiently wasn't going to work out for them. And fortunately, while Ricky had to step back for a moment, Ark was putting in the work, and Vortex's body will be picked up as a result of it.
That's huge. That's time saving right there, because instead of waiting for Ricky to find heals, resources, get himself back up to tip-top shape, they found an elimination. So even though they didn't necessarily find the heals that they were looking for, they found more than enough mats to make it from point A to point B here.
Yeah, and I think the good thing about the zone pull for the 7th zone was that it pulled back towards the congestion, right? So for all those teams that got stuck on that side of the zone, they haven't got far to move to be able to get to safety. But we're all literally just on the edge of a cliff here. There's not really much room to work with at all.
I feel like you're reading my mind now because I was just looking, I was like, wait a minute, that's so many different elevations. Some people think it's a blessing, others it's going to be a curse because that means they're going to be stacked literally on top of each other. And if you're one of those teams that's boxed on top of Malabuka and Thomas, which I highly suggest against, they're going to look up, they're going to go ahead and pull out those overclock pulse rifles and drop you right into their box.
Now, the one thing I'll say about Malabuka here is that his materials aren't looking fruitful, right? Only 82 builds. It's not, you know, ideally what they will want in this situation. The scary thing, I guess, for the rest of the lobby, that means they're just going to look to find an elimination sometime soon. You can see they're trying to chop this out. They want to stop that elevation, chop that from being a potential source of height that could mess with them. It's Irazumi and Sined. And they're going to get chopped down, cut out, and cut from the lobby completely in the case of Irazumi. Sined as well falls there. It's Reason that gets the credit for Irazumi. But that means the highest team in this area right now is Malabuka and Thomas. And they pulled this up.
I would say they don't have far to go at all as they continue with the elevation that they have now. You kind of look down on the rest of the lobby, and you can see they're not necessarily building directly up for height, like you see some two building that tower in the sky, because they know the zone is going to pull up that mountain. So it would just be a waste of mats at this point in time. They're going to wait, just like Seti and Cammy here, let zone begin to pull a little bit closer to where it opens up, and they're going to try to be one of the first teams on that west side of the zone, which is now the slow side.
Yeah, you can see Seti just scouting out their pathway. They want to try to go wrap around that left side of the zone towards the south, but making sure to keep an eye on the teams that are above them. Opportunity, Slove presenting an opportunity for a shot there. Weak point, and now the rotation starts right towards the south and into the zone. So swift, so cool, so calm and collected. That is what you associate with Seti and Cammy.
Yeah, smooth sailing for them, and as a lot of teams try to follow them in, that's where Seti and Cammy usually find these eliminations in these later zones. Because Prachawa and Lamar are trying to do the same thing. 13 below the damage threshold, though. Running out of builds, running out of heals, so they're going to have to find some sort of a refresh. And you're looking up, the first team you spot is Malabuka and Thomas, and they decide against it for now. A zone is just pushing them closer and closer in. Options running out. They're just trying to find a team that is just caught off guard on the outside of zone as they get attacked on the other side. It's them who almost gets caught off.
I was so worried for a second that Prachawa hadn't noticed it. They almost got caught out from behind, but now they were aware of that team. They shouldn't let that be a problem for them. But this next moving zone, or this first moving zone, is going to be a problem for them. They have to try to figure out where exactly it is they're going to go. And it's a reason, because to try and make their pathway. You see, he wants to drop down there, but he's aware of the teams below, and that's going to be a problem. Malabuka falls. Thomas has a lot of work to do now, and Jadis might fall trying to pick up the body for it. He will.
That's huge. That's huge for everybody else in the lobby. Reason knows that he cannot go back and try to play hero. Same thing with Thomas HD. For a lot of our heavy hitters in this lobby have found themselves as a solo, trying to pick up some very important points because we just got into that top 25. So there's so many placement points, if not all of them, still left onto the board. So you got to imagine what Thomas HD right now is thinking, going up front ahead of everybody else in the zone. But take note, he's not landing on that ultimate low layer.
See just how hard it's going to be. If you are a solo in this lobby, so many players still left in this one. Seti has to do that task as well now. And he does still have quite a lot of mats, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as he plays his heals, he should be fine. Fury and Lusher though, popping off here. They've already picked up quite a few eliminations, and they're trying to sort out which bits of loot they need, and they're going to get some more eliminations along the way as well.
That was a great find at the perfect moment, as they're getting smushed into the zone, knowing they're going to have to sacrifice some heals if they want to stay here with that refresh that's allowing them to go above and beyond. But Lusha gets tagged out. The ODM gear, one of the huge disadvantages when you're trying to rotate through the late game and you get tagged up and you get dropped down low. Now Fury, just like some of the other teams that we've seen into the game up until this point, is just stuck as a solo.
The zone's going to keep on pulling. All their mats are going to continue to be expended. And you can see Artul up on height, doesn't really have much people challenging him, but can't speak too soon. There will be players in this lobby that might start to look up now.
Yeah, it's not built as high as you normally would in this position, so anybody at a moment's notice can either try to contest it or simply try to build up and steal it away. Kepler's just going to try to use the kinetic blade. He looks, doesn't like what he sees, falls right back on down like everybody else. They're slowly but surely chipping away at that high ground, while Fury's doing the same thing. Zone's pushing him in, Thomas HD as well, but when you look up, it's the team you'd expect to see there from the very beginning. It's Queasy, it's Veno.
I told you a team would wait for their moment, and their moment came and they did not stop. Queasy and Veno are up above the rest of the lobby in a position we are so familiar with. Seti on low ground, a position we're similar to seeing him in, but unfortunately not as a solo, unfortunately not looking for an elim. He needs to try and get back into the zone. It's going to be so tough for him though. Fury, similar spot, backside of the zone, praying for an opportunity, and Seti might just be the opportunity. Can he connect? He can. Fury with a big shot there and a lifeline in this game.
Huge ODM opportunity to try to surprise some teams, but all the solos are getting lost throughout all the action. Into the top 5 we go. The zone is now beginning to start to close and our 12th moving. Everybody's getting dropped out. Even the players that are left alive are in shambles. No heals, no builds. This one's going to go down to a wire. I don't even know if the zone's going to close this game.
The zones have been so taxing. They've moved so far. All these players running out of match. You can see Chicho, he doesn't really have anything left to work with, just has his shotgun, and he can't hit the shot. And so for Veno and Queasy, it's so easy. We've seen them in this position win games, and I bet you there's no doubt in their minds how this one's going to close out. They just have to connect the finishing shots, the finishing blows, and that will be it. Game 1 is won by Queasy and Veno, the team we cannot stop talking about. They just seem to win it all every single time.
Even when we don't see much of them throughout the course of the game, they say, hey, broadcast, it's our time to shine. They jump to the high ground and they steal the show.
Perfectly timed height take as well. We looked at Arto at the top and we said it was vulnerable. There was an opportunity for someone to come through and take it, and who better than the best high ground team in Fortnite history? Queasy and Veno, man, unstoppable. The final shots here, both players putting in a shit, and not many eliminations for them. It's not like they went crazy, right? But they still get the job done, they still get it finished, and a nice way to start the day.
Yeah, I think they got a little thank you to Thomas and Malibuca, because remember, early on in the game, it was them who took out that first team, trying to create that tower in the sky. But Queasy and Veno, these guys are got to be feeling on top of the world, starting the day off hot with a huge VR.
Hey, look, let's send it back to the analysts to break down the action from game 1. Zeke, what you got?
As Jacob said, Veno, Queasy feeling on top of the world, both physically and, of course, on the standings. Game number 1. Every time we try to shift away from this duo, they just say, why are you looking over there? You need to be looking at us. This is how we start week 3. They are trying to make a statement saying, if you guys make it to Grands, you will have to face us there. My, oh my, what a way to start, Taco.
Now, this is definitely a reason why we call them a spotlight duo, because Queasy and Veno, they emphasize on their perfect opportunities. Comeback and Arturo, they were doing their best to try and hold on to the high ground, but as soon as those wood builds come out, you can kind of just assume that they're running out of materials, they're running out of resources, and for Queasy and Veno, that's like sharks in the water.
Yeah, just classic Veno and Queasy gameplay. I think they're almost half asleep when they're playing. It's like, oh, look, we're on height again. We just close out the rest of the lobby, you know, all these materials, we have it all. But I really like the way they actually went up and took high ground. They actually both double kinetic blade up at the exact same time. It almost gave Comeback and Arto just no chance. You know, who do you shoot at? Because it's very difficult to coordinate your shots when there's just 2 players suddenly above you, as we saw at just them. But of course, really well played from this duo. And I mean, I'm running out of things to talk about them because they're just winning on height every single time, and almost even buffed now because, of course, we don't have that heal off meta.
It's just the discipline that this duo just seems to really synchronize amongst each other, because over and over again, how many times do we see Queasy remaining on top of Veno, dropping to either the mid or low ground layers to cause a little bit more disruption? And again, the congestion had already built up a little bit, or at least the last remaining solos that were there at the end, but it is just impressive how they managed to consistently find themselves controlling how they want the lobby to end.
Yeah, let's take a look at our standings to see how things are going. Now, of course, Trulex, Chico here right behind them. Got 8 eliminations, putting in so much work there. But as we kind of like start to look down the leaderboard, I feel like this is kind of pretty standard EU. I do like that Queasy Veno did start very, very strong. right? But there are definitely some names on here like Lucian Fury, right? We talked about them at the beginning of the show. They have to perform well if they want to continue their FNCS run. And starting in the 6th place, that's a pretty good place to begin.
Well, they need a top 5. We mentioned it at the top of the show. We're talking about how they needed a top 5 potentially. Obviously, there could be a few shifts, but top 5 is our prediction for how well these guys need to do. Solid performance in game number 1, though, because with all that pressure going into the, the final week, the final 6 games of your season potentially, it is going to be difficult for them, but, a solid start for them.
And especially considering that a lot of that end game was results of individual gameplay, I think it kind of just showcases the fact that with the most, or I mean, maybe it's speaking too soon, right? It's only game number 1, the most recent zone transition.
Yeah.
But again, Circle didn't even get a chance to fully close by the time we saw that lobby finalize itself. So I think we are maybe expecting to see the aggressive highlights here. And for Lush and Fury, that could work out well.
I mean, what I noticed as well, a lot of the teams actually ran out of materials there. We saw a complete contrast to what we saw in week 1 and 2, where all of our teams still had so many materials going to the end game. Almost every single player, we switched them. It's like, no mats, switch to another player, no mats, switch to another player, no mats. Having to jump into boxes trying to get those refreshes, it's really made a big difference. These extra distances these zones poll have made it a little bit more difficult to keep those materials going throughout the rest of the game. But it's been interesting to see so far, and I'm excited for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this is the 2nd page of the standings. Take a look. Seti Kami's 12th place currently, right behind Malabuka and Thomas. Once again, and look, even Janice and Reason up in that 16th place. Remember, this is that last chance. If you and your duo cannot make it here, you can't make it to Surge Week. But hopefully some of these duos are just saying, let's just go straight to Grands. Let's just perform well right here. We know we can do it.
Yeah, I mean, can do it, but I'm going to call Levin a little bit of the caster's curse here from Malabuka and Thomas, because we see them with those overclock pulse rifles. They get control of Rift Island, but ultimately it didn't result in that top 5 placement position that you would have probably expected when you see a duo with this kind of god tier loadout.
Yeah, god tier loadout, but it didn't quite work out for Malabuka. And I think Malabuka actually fell victim to the fact that Janice didn't actually have any mobility. He had to just run, and then, of course, Janice was able to get caught in that backside of zone, able to pick up the elimination, but not quite the refresh at the end of it. Of course, Thomas HD, a very valuable solo player to have on your team. If there's anyone you want trying to clutch up as many points as possible as a solo, Thomas HD would probably be at the top of most people's list. But not a bad game from this duo, especially since their loot, though. We would have expected a little bit better.
And again, this is just game 1, right? It's fine. We still have 5 more games. Anything can and will happen. Fortnite has proven that. Really quickly, I do want to highlight one more duo back on page number 1. So as we kind of flip back on over, it's Gripey and it's Flixie here in your 5th place. We've kind of seen this duo perform pretty well in the last couple of weeks, and I kind of want to see them continue to build that momentum. The question is, how do they do that?
They just have to keep being consistent. I mean, this is what we saw from them in last week, of course. They're adapting to this new meta change, these new zones, which I'm really excited about because I think this is a fantastic duo, and I really do think that they can perform very well. Of course, Gripey doing such a great job at clutching up as many points as possible, even staying back in the storm there we just saw with those chug splashes. Just having that extra level of brain, extra level of gameplay to think, I don't need to rush this. I can just play a little bit more carefully, and he did that really well.
Yeah, and it's impressive as well because, again, when you're smushed to that ultimate low ground, you know that you have teams or individuals playing above you. I like the patience. It just kind of indicates that he's got really strong awareness despite the fact that he wasn't in the greatest spot to begin with.
Man, we've already seen how the circle changes have affected competitive. Party time being disabled has affected competitive. No longer are we looking at heal-offs, though I anticipate we might see something what we might consider a heal-off. Is there anything you guys are hoping to see in the next 5 games? Because this feels like EU of old. The EU I'm used to watching.
Now, I'm just expecting the aggression to maybe pick up, if anything, maybe see if any teams look for a last-minute switch-up as well in their drop spot.
Yeah, as I mentioned, no materials for a lot of teams in the end game there, so maybe that will sort of promote a little bit more early aggression to the earlier stage of that end game. And as you mentioned, Steve, we haven't seen that heal-off today, and I think now the heal-off will be more of an actual intended play rather than a necessity, you know what I mean?
Exactly, I love to see it. Well, hey, guess what? We got 5 more games ready, so are you ready? We're ready. Why don't we just jump back in all the action? This is game 2 of the FNCS.
Our analysts are ready, and so are we. I just hope our competitors, after that first game, are just as ready, because we saw some teams take some prolonged fights in that last game, kind of feeling each other out, which I don't think will work through all 6.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start to the game, right? We sort of had just one team fighting in the lobby for like quite a while, and then it sort of just teetered off after that. I think the big thing, right, coming into this game will be making sure you adapt to some of the mistakes that were made. You look at the likes of Malabuka and Thomas, there was a slight error that cost them in that game, but plenty plenty more things to look at, plenty more opportunities in these games.
Yeah, especially for some of those teams in the lobby. Heed Levin's warning, folks. They're going to go for those mythic Havoc pumps. They're going to go for Rift Island as well. Somebody has to stop Thomas and Malibu from heating up game after game. And hopefully Janice, anybody else, can continue what they did with that last one.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is, right, they had the overclocked pulse rifles and they sort of overcooked themselves in that game, right? They were a bit too overzealous with some of their, aggression and some of their fights that they were trying to take. But nevertheless, right, there are still more games to be had. And a very favorable zone for Queasy and Veno when they come out and win the game. The good thing is that even in zones that aren't favorable to them, they are still one of the best teams in the lobby. And so you have to be on the lookout regardless of where you are. But we'll see. Game 2 is on the way. The battle bus is allowing the players to leave and get to their POIs. The question is, will there be any differences in some of the Osborne fights, right? A bit of a slow burner in game 1. But will any teams, any players look to switch things up?
Especially with the new zone changes, sometimes that is going to be a must as Deox and Andalex find off. He gets at least a combat and that first elimination. He actually gets both. Andalex, before he even blinked, Deox didn't even enter the house. He finished off 2 different players.
Andalex putting in that work.
Wow.
And that's really unfortunate for Myox and Slash, right? Because they have to have a very good day today to save their season. They can't afford to just coast by. For this team on our screen here, Mustache and Tayson. Tayson having some technical difficulties. We didn't actually see them in that first game. But it's imperative that they do play these games out, get their series points, because they will be well on their way to the grand finals if so. And of course, they're the reigning champions in EU, so we obviously want to see them doing well here again this season. Blatcher and Mixon though, another Osborne fight for them, and one that is going to look a lot quicker. Of course, this fight dragged on in game 1, Jacob, but Blatcher and Mixon getting it done very, very quickly.
Yeah, they were able to get the high ground, get all the loot, and then the ODM attack to kind of stop all the hiding. Perfect recipe for success over on that side of things, but just on the outskirts of Shattered Slabs. Yapko and Vortex, Zarky and Ricky here yet again. These two kind of disengaged into that first fight. Nobody really had a clear winner off the POI, but Ricky's going to get dropped first, but it's a trade. Vortex gets taken out as well. Yapko trying to go above and over, but that's goes for the quick cleanup on the Arky. He needs those siphon mats. He needs anything he can work with at this point in time.
This is tough for Ark, but he does have the ODM gear if he wants to start going crazy with it. Or if he wants to leave, which probably is the more sensible choice. I'm a man of chaos myself, so would love to see him make that play. Nevertheless, though, if he's able to get Ricky back into the game, there is hope for this duo.
Like in the back of his mind, at the very minimum, he's putting his pride aside, because you got to imagine he's probably thinking in his head, I could have taken him. I could beat him 1v1, but he's like, I want to play that team game. I got the reboot card. Let me disengage and try to go for a reboot. Gonna be the name of the game throughout the day, actually. Players gonna decide how important is getting your teammate back into the game versus continue on as solo, not putting that huge target on yourself like the reboot van actually does.
Fury and Lusher landing at the Citadel. A bit of a switch up in their spots for this week, but the good thing for them, right, is that they actually could just watch some of their friends and Shamoki and Swizzy, watch their VODs, see exactly how they play. I wouldn't be surprised if they've messaged them, asked them for a bit of help, right? How do we play the spot? And that's also like a good thing. That's something I always advise to players who are, getting into comp. Like, find a team who you like and just try to copy their style completely, right? Copy the places they go for Surge, figure out where exactly they are, trying to find control on the map, and iterate from there. Figure out what works for you. Kachawa and Kefi, they need to make this fight work for them if they have any hope. Quick little chop here just to force Giras down.
Wait a minute.
And once he goes falling down, they will be there ready with their SMGs to take him out.
If it wasn't the actual SMG, man, he got tagged up. The ODM, he would have taken fall damage regardless. It's a bad position to be in for Gearys, but for Pachawa and Kepi, you have to quickly take advantage of those situations. We've seen it throughout the course of the past 2 weeks in order to get up into this point, and that is going to remain true here. Squeezy, Veno, land over towards Kenjutsu Crossing, but they're one of the teams, you know as well as I do, they don't necessarily play as a duo because they're uncontested.
Well, yeah, they just have so much map control, right? Because, you know, there's nobody really in this area. Queasy's allowed to just sort of farm the metal from the gas station, which just gives them so many good resources. Of course, they obviously play for their cash as well. The one thing I will say, right, is everybody, you know, was laughing about, you know, me playing with, you know, Spawn and winning the fights there. And that was, of course, a bunch of fun. But one of the things I enjoyed the most is playing actually the mid-game with Vino and seeing how much detail and how much intention goes into every single movement, every single decision that gets made. It's a reason why these guys are the best team in the region right now.
Really plays like every move is calculated from the start. Like Sky and Stroll, they're trying to just continue to force their opponents lower and lower to the ground as they try to hold as much height as possible and quickly trying to close onto that gap. And this is one of those positions for Skrull and Sky. Do you stay here? Do you fight for as long as possible? Because they're at the edge of zone. In theory, they could build a tower in the sky and try to gatekeep everybody to the northwest, but they want this team right in front of their very eyes.
Very much know where to find them. Right here, Skrull's just waiting for that right shot. Looking for a bit of control as well. Will he be able to pick up this floor? No. Kuro that picks it up.
Hiding, crouching is going to be important in a fight like this because it minimizes your audio cue, minimizes where your opponents can kind of guess where you're going to try to attack from. As Wheat, Roll just continuously staying down lower and lower to the low ground, and this is what you could count on for some of these teams, is even though high ground is more advantageous, playing into a spot that you're comfortable is even more important. They're comfortable fighting from the low ground, they're comfortable in their box, and they're waiting for one of those teams to try to drop down into the wrong position.
Malibu Thomas once again picking up the boat at Mega City, and all I can think about is, you know, this is obviously a very situational thing, but I doubt that they're going to be able to do that every game of a grand final, right? Go into Mega City, win the vote, and actually get it. That's probably going to be something that's tough, but I guess they are focused on, you know, just winning this week and playing out this week to the best of their abilities. Tayson and Mustache over here at Slappy. It's good to see Tayson with some ODM gear. One of the biggest problems that they have out of this spot, Slappy Shawls went from being one of the best POIs in competitive Fortnite, but with the lack of movement available at this spot, it makes it very, very difficult. If they don't find spawns like that one and get very fortunate, and there is a movement available, right? I watched one of the games from round one. It was like first move in zone. Every single player in the lobby had a movement item, whether it be a katana or ODM gear, except for Tayson. It's like he was the only player of like 40 players still alive that didn't have movement. So it'd be very tough out of Slappy.
You can see what their plan is here towards Mega City. Taking a page out of the Reese Hub qualify with no weapons playbook. Didn't work out for him, but for Flix and Gripe, hey, maybe they're gonna find a bunch of success here. We quickly put all their heals towards the high ground, and that kind of shows exactly what their role is. Gripe's just going for surge tags. He's trying to put shots on everybody else in the lobby, while Flix is just trying to scavenge as much loot as possible. Extra heals, extra resources, any upgrade to their loaded as they can find.
It's interesting. We have another game where the zone is pulling towards the very east, towards the next area. The zone gods favoring Queasy Vino, Mr. Savage Video again today. Of course, Mr. Savage Video didn't quite have the best starts to the day. So hopefully they can amend that here in game number 2.
Really kind of, when you pull zone like this, very, very early on, it kind of, I wouldn't say it messes with your head, but it leaves you with so many different decisions to where if the zone pulls, you know exactly what you do. You kind of box up, you get your surge tags, you keep rotating, you go to the slow side. If you're in zone, it's kind of that mind game of where do I position? Where do I find surge? This might not be the best spot for the zone, but it's the best spot to get surge. And Mr. Savage and Video, they know exactly how to play in a lot of these scenarios. They're even brave enough to kind of separate just like Queasy and Veno and take 2 different height positions around the map to try to get surge. Wow, no, as soon as we tune in, Pixie goes down, and Della knows. I like how quick that kind of turned on in his head. I gotta be able to disengage. I gotta run as far away as possible, especially with the changes to the zone and heal off not becoming that prominent win condition. It allows him to go deeper and deeper and actually take the ticks.
Sorry, have been such a force in some of the weeks we've seen them in. They were very impressive last time round, and they've already started today well and taken out Della and Pixie. Is a very, very good thing for them, especially considering that these guys like to play for height when possible. Della and Pixie are another team that obviously like to play very aggressively for high ground as well when it comes to the end game. You can see the coordination, Zangi using that ODM gear, Zara waiting for the perfect timing for the shot. These guys have been on a roll, and definitely a team to watch out for as we move forward. Seem to have everything on lock.
I would be a little worried for that duo across. If I didn't already know that was Gripe and Flixie, they have the extra heals towards the top, and that is exactly why. And it's great to see it from a different POV, then land the shots and not take advantage of the amount of damage they put out, because they know so many other teams are probably doing the same strategy as Ref's Guard and Hellfire.
That's how you play Surge, right, in Mega City, right? All the teams look to base up, they have their spare heals, and you just go for trades, essentially, right? You're like, hey, I'll peek. Are you going to take shots at me? Oh, I'll take shots at you back, right? It's a sort of a game in that sense, a game within the game that they all play.
Pablo Ingu and Bevies, this is one of those teams that they need to have a great performance on the day if they want that direct ticket into the grand finals. And that's something that's huge, because we've seen some big names in FNCSs of the past have to go through Surge Week and not make it out like we would expect them to.
Yeah, and this is a team that has been competing for a while in terms of as individual players. Bevies and Pablo Ingu have been in the scene, been competing for a good amount of time now, a couple years. Last season, they really sort of burst onto the scene with top performances. Unfortunately, their names were like Ludwig and Albi, so nobody really knew it was them. But in any case, they showed us that they can be one of the top teams. This season hasn't quite gone their way, and so they'll need a top performance to sort of make us all forget about that. Show up here.
Same thing with Trulex and Chicho there that we saw moments ago. And that's the thing, that even when a lot of these top teams that are current positioned at the top of the series point leaderboard, it's those solo clutches that one player of the duo has been able to achieve to kind of keep them above and beyond the rest of the players here in the lobby.
And look here, Arizumi and Syned, one of the only teams in the lobby that's actually played all three qualifiers. They've been here for 1, for 2, for 3. Let's see if they can top their best performance. Oh, dearie me, what's happened, Thomas HD? You have to use that slurp right now. But again, look where they are. They're trying to get the Rift Island, and they want the loot from it. This game, though, they're going to be a bit more contested, and so they're going to have to work for it. If they really want it, Thomas has to be careful, because it's not just the players on the island that are going to be an issue. It's all the ones in this surrounding area as well. And again, getting cracked from a distance. Thomas, you have to be careful of that team across.
Because they're on the top of Rift Island. So many teams that may not necessarily be below are going to try to take the shots on them.
The problem is he only has the SMG, right?
Oh, no.
Why he can't punish that team from afar. Can only shoot them with his SMG, and it's not going to do much from that range.
That's allowed the opponents to get into a fighting position at the top of Rift Island. This is not the best position for Malibuca and Thomas to be in, but if anybody's going to welcome a fight like that, it is going to be them, just like Mr. Savage and Vidil. They got Artis separated from his teammate. He's probably sent back to the lobby before. With his back up against the wall, any shots that he puts here is going to be huge, especially if he's going to try to disengage moments after. As Vidil, huge tag, as Artis continuously trying to fight back. As a solo, we talked about some impact points. This is going to be the start of his journey.
Yeah, and the problem here with this fight isn't actually to do with any of these teams other than Queasy and Vino. If you're Queasy and Vino and you see this fight happening in the feed, you are thinking, Vidil, Savage, please no. Because Artis and Fire, bro, they're the duo that was contesting Queasy and Vino, giving them problems off spawn. If they've moved away, they're not contesting them at Kenjutsu anymore. So if they struggle, they're going to probably move back there. And Queasy and Vino don't want that. So they'll be hoping those guys do as good as possible. But to update us on some of the teams who are also trying their best to do as good as possible, we have Vivid here to talk about Janice and Reason.
Of course, one of those teams that needs a good finish here today to make those grand finals. Of course, the strategies are coming out. Reason actually dropping all of his materials so that Janice can actually hold that high ground and all of that positioning over Slappy. But when he's out here refarming, he notices that these key boxes actually have some very key loot. So Janice actually, concedes that position, goes out to buy the katana and the chug splashes, so that way they will have those for the later game. And if you pay attention to the zones, they're actually pulling towards Slappy. So this position could be really good for this duo.
Thank you once again, Vivid. And you even hit a nail on the head that Levin was talking about before. Slappy Shores, it used to be one of the best POIs. You get heals, you get material, you get everything you need except for mobility. Now what happens when a hollow chest is just outside of your location with a kinetic blade? That's something you can really grab, and they already got their overclock pulse rifles. They got their Mythic Havoc. Now they just came back to finish the job they started moments ago.
Can they finish it though? Thomas has added some limbs to his count. We'll see just exactly how they were able to do that in the fight for it. I said the fight for it. They already have it at this stage, and they're just punishing teams with it. A rare missed shot from Thomas HD there, but making up for it as Julian falls to his demise. Oh boy. That's what Thomas HD makes people do. Just makes them say, look, I don't want any part of this lobby anymore. I'm going to jump off the island.
That's literally what he made him do. He thought he had better chances just jumping off than he did fighting back. And that's something you really got to take note of game after game, because it's already game number 2, and Levin is 2 out of 2. Talking about them contesting on over towards Rift Island. As Janice and Reason, they got themselves a nice little spot on the outside of Slappy Shores. They're just kind of waiting to kind of feel around where the rest of the teams are going to position before they go ahead and make their next rotation forward.
Yeah. And of course, I bigged them up last game. They didn't quite have the performance that justified the lead up. A big problem with that was when they were using their kinetic blades later on in the game, right? They tried to blade from the congested side of the zone. Janice blocked their head. It messed up the timing. They end up losing sort of as a result of that. So they need to be more careful about the timings and where they're blading from.
That zone just kind of gave me some feelings of a horror movie that's about to begin for some of these teams. Just a massive pull towards the north side of the map, and it's different than we've seen before, because in the last game, you saw most of the team kind of get blessed. The zone pulled in their direction. Now the majority of the lobby has a huge amount of distance to cover from point A to point B, and then you have to go bypass a team with some of the best aim in the island right now. That's Thomas and Malabuka. Oh no. Storm Surge, foreseeing what happens if you're not able to find those tags early on. You become a victim. As Scroll is just running out of time, trying to pop the med kit. He should be able to get it off and kind of get himself 100 HP, but I don't know if he kind of reset it there for the second. I think that's going to be it for Scroll. His chances have run out. Not the best look, but at the same time, got to do what you got to do.
That is a very difficult watch, unfortunately. It will be the end of their game, but they do have many more opportunities to play out this lobby. Tayson and Mustache in their first game here. First game, and they pulled the zone, of course. Tayson's luck. My oh my. And they're well above on Surge as well.
It is.
What do we have here?
3-4 teams, an exploding gas station. It looks like an action movie right before our very eyes. And who would have thought the hero kind of walk away as the dust settles? Malabuka and Thomas, yet again, they're ramping up that aggression because they have the loadout to do so. They're trying to take advantage of so many teams. He spots him at the tail end. It was his Achilles heel that Malabuka spotted around that corner to take him down. And now, with one player left, they're using it as a green light. Those pulse rifles just shredding the builds, trying to get in through the box, but they realize now's not the time to get greedy. That happened in game number 1, and look what happened.
Yeah, they have no reason at all to stay here and fight. 555, max materials, pulse rifles, mythic shotgun, kinetic blades, shields. Like, you just get to zone. I did see Malabuka had some slurp juices and he dropped them. I'm not sure if Thomas picked them up. Hopefully that wasn't a mistake there from them.
That's actually going to be pretty drastic, because then it's going to force a lot of their chug splashes out.
Okay, yeah.
Levin right once again. I think this is your week as well.
Yeah, Thomas did pick one up and then drop it to him. But these guys are very much making it into zone and then getting a zone pull as well. So things are definitely going in their favor. They cannot complain about luck so far in these first 2 games. They've had their fair share of it. They just need to make it count.
As I look at zone, yeah, that southwest side is going to be the slower side of the zone, but where the center actually is, there's elevation. There's a little mountain that kind of is already there, that's kind of prefab. Anybody that tries to go to the slower side, that's a sacrifice they're going to make. There's not going to be as much congestion, but you're giving up height to so many other teams to make that a possibility.
A lot of teams already in the zone, but for the ones that aren't, that move is going to start to happen now. Fury is one of those teams that isn't, and he's waiting around, I think, looking for maybe an opportunity for their timing, an opportunity to take shots at teams who haven't quite got there yet, because they're down below on Surge, so they need the damage. They want the team to rotate so they can take shots at them, and they will definitely find that. The problem is how much above Surge will it get them? Some nice shots being changed together by Fury, but still only just barely above Surge.
Then in comes a new challenger out of nowhere. Ronity is trying to ODM right next to Fury and Lush's box, trying to cause a little bit of chaos. He is going to be a solo. Instead of getting greedy, you see what they have on their mind. It's just getting from point A to point B. They don't want to get stuck as one of the last teams trying to rotate on in, especially since they're barely above that damage threshold. Fury peeking at the perfect time. Lusha goes down. He has to do it by himself. Luckily enough, right before Lusha going down, they got above the damage threshold by only 83, though.
Yeah, but the job is certainly not finished here for Fury.
Ooh, okay.
A really nice find there, and he's actually going to go straight back to that loot. He wants to cap off his materials, swap out the ODM gear as well, get one with a higher charge. The problem is where he's put himself, there are a lot of eyes, and so getting lobby sprayed and all those beautiful mats he just picked up are going to start to be burned down slowly. I don't think the lobby's going to let him up here. They're just going to keep on taking shots. He's trying to hide so that they stop. He might have just found the perfect hiding spot. I don't think they know he's right underneath this floor. And so very fortunate as well with the zone pull, so he can just sit here and wait.
Yep. Timing. It was very pivotal for him to survive. He was literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from trying to get into zone. He just needed the pressure to slow down. As soon as it comes through, you can see him finding that little bit of comfortability. Same thing with Veno and Queasy. They don't like what they're at in terms of mats, especially if they're one of the teams that time and time again, they go for that high ground. They need to find that refresh, and that's exactly what they're hunting for.
Taking a break there with the katana. They thought they had a solo, hints it in, so they went for it, and now looking to maybe land on a height.
Wow.
Malabuka and Thomas here. Queasy gets taken out though. It's for Deal who punishes him. But Vino is still up above on height, but how long will that last with Thomas and Malabuka right below?
He's hoping it lasts forever. He's hoping they don't even know he's a solo up there, but Thomas and Malabuka, they're one of the teams that is willing to contest, even if Queasy was still alive. But for now, they're just trying to go across the pond into the land where the zone is beginning to pull. For Vino, holding onto the high ground is going to be way and far out of the question unless he's going to use every single resource to make that a possibility. As you see him go towards the front side of the zone, end up in this fight here. He knows resources aren't his strong suit, and that's why he's hunting. Players on the other side, Peace Control going over. He's not giving up. Finally gets into the box and lands a huge shot, but his fight's not over just yet. From another angle, he's trying to hold on to these walls. Defensive gameplay coming out for Vino before he attacks yet again.
Vino is so filthy in these fights. So unpredictable, so hard to read. But now just has to make his way back towards the zone, back towards safety, and he's going back towards heights. Oh, wow. He's going to take a trade with him, and it's going to stop Vino for a second. He is going to heal. He did pop the slug, so shields are going up. The big pop will accelerate that process. And now the journey back towards zone. Not going to play for height anymore. It's Zara and Zangi up above.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for anybody trying to conserve as many of the resources as possible, especially Yanis and Reason, who are 81 below the damage threshold, but they're playing calm, they're playing cool, collected, and as we jump on toward Thomas yet again, it's him without Malabuka trying to put it pedal to the metal and figure out how they're going to be able to get out alive.
The Slurp will give him a lifeline in this game. He spots the Buell, but isn't going to take the shot, gingerly waiting for that right timing to heal up a bit more before he looks to kinetic blade his way back towards the zone. And he has a way to go. He has to go up over this glacier, up over this cliff. And he's going to use triple kinetic blades just to make sure he gets his way up. 3 charges used. Vino, similar job here to be done as well.
Yeah, from one solo superstar to another. Even though Queasy had most of their solo points coming into week number 3, this team proving each of them can do it all, from IGL to frag when you need it most. Even lands right behind. A little bit of a misclick as he slices and dices, but he still finds a crevice of safety. Vino still on a roll. 13 HP, 7 shields. Found a nook and a cranny so he can find a moment to stabilize himself. But Zone continuously pushing in. That moment is now or never.
Yeah, Vino quickly using the mats he had just to build up, get out of that congestion and take some time to heal. He's going to have to start moving very shortly though. Isn't going to have time for the big bot. He just needs to get to safety. You don't want to be healing in the backside of the zone. Zara up on height though, having a bit of problems because it's Vanyak and Kami who are looking to take in. It gets chopped out. Kami's done the damage, and now they're looking to try and take height from them. Vanyak's gone down though, and so Zara and Zangi still have hope in this game. They win that fight.
And one of the teams that were already in our top 5 coming into the day, Ravino out of nowhere, able to get the knock on the Zara. A huge amount of resources and a second chance at life as he's fighting for that high ground and even beats Kami along the way. He falls down low. This is a roller coaster of emotion that Veno is putting us through.
How has Veno stayed alive for this long? How's he managed to take out one of the hype players? What is Veno doing in this lobby? He has no business up above and now forced down to low, where he eventually gets taken out. Tayson, a bad shot there. Trades, and not enough damage to stay alive. Mustache has to do the damage all alone as a solo. And moving towards the front of the zone, there will be players, there will be teams on this layer, so he's going to look to build his way back on that.
It's going to be hard for Mustache. This is their first game of the day. They missed that first game overall, so now they're trying to make up for lost time. Same thing with Refsguard and Hellfire. They went down rather early in game number 1, but if you look at the height right now, it's Seti, it's Cammy. They find themselves primed in the top spot here. 2 eliminations as they're causing so much chaos down below.
No materials for this team though, and you see how desperately they're looking for something.
Wow.
And Cammy will find it. What a shot onto Refsguard, but it's going to be the last shot he hits in this game. Can Seti do similar? He will. A big one down there, and now a 1v2 situation for Seti. Can he hit the shots? He has hit a couple, but he won't finish one. He gets it. Can he do the 1v1 though? No, it's Raya to close it out. Seti almost making the spectacular happen, but Raya was there at the end to secure the victory royale.
That was huge because that would have been a moment that kind of deflates you as a player if you let somebody come up clutch like that. But the piece control, even getting the ramp in the box, was the huge moment in the end. Not only did it take out Seti, they took out Cammy moments ago.
I did say in game 1, Seti and Cammy are dark horses. They are a team that isn't getting enough respect, and a brilliant game for them. But for Rayed and User to pick up the win there in a zone that was very difficult. We saw so many different teams, top teams at that, struggling in that game, and they made it all the way to the end as a duo. That's a very, very tough thing to do.
Yeah, they overclaimed that Glacier. They overcame everybody else in the lobby to take that first place spot. But with 2 games done, I need to look at that leaderboard. Zeke, friends, what do we got?
Well, what we don't have is heal-offs, which I am genuinely surprised by because these duos don't want to take it anymore. They're just saying, let's get aggressive. Let's lock out these games. So many things did end up happening. The leaderboard did change up. But first, I want to get your guys' thoughts because that game was wild.
Yeah, we're talking about no heal loss, but I mean, in general, it seems as though a lot of these players are kind of just struggling to even find opportunities just to resustain, even when they have those resources available, whether it's shields, whether it's med miss. We saw Seti there right at the very end. He didn't even have an opportunity to try and utilize that med miss. He was relying entirely on the siphons.
Yeah, no heal-offs, of course. We don't have the pizza in the game. Of course, the chug splashes have a reduced chance of obtaining for all of these teams, so it's become a lot more difficult to get those heal-offs, and that's why we're seeing these games go not to heal-off and go actually to a little battle at the end.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Raid there and his duo mate. They got themselves the victory royale here. Once again, it's exciting to see victory royales happen, but for someone like Seti and Cammy, the damage is done, right? You allowed Seti to make it into second place, which is going to have huge implications on the standings. But for Raid and his duo partner, I feel like they also put on a pretty good show as well.
A nice toggle, I think, at the end here, because especially for Rad, he basically had to eat that initial chunk of damage there. But when you see users kind of make the hype play at the end, I think that it was just an excellent, basically, setup between the two, because you would not expect users to be able to even recover initially for Rhea, finding that opportunity throughout these late game aspects to even bring his teammate back into the action, but it came to their advantage at the end.
Yeah, that revive was absolutely perfect and to set them up for success for the rest of the game, particularly when the zones are that topsy-turvy, you know, especially when we're in that sort of snowy area of the map. There's so many of those big glaciers that you can't break, you have to just build over. You just can't, there's no other way around it. You can't go under, you can't go around, you have to go over. And right there at the end, we saw that come into play. No team was really on height. No one really like dedicated themselves to get over that. They just thought, you know what, let's just fight down below because we don't have the heals.
Yeah, the amount of builds that everyone had, which is a grand total of 0, which meant no one's going for it. No. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings. How are they shaping out after game number 2? I did want to kind of double back on Seti and Cammy, right? Up 8 places, jumping up into that 4th. Man, Seti just sometimes, he just turns it on, man. It's just like he's going to hit the shots. He's just going to slip through your builds. You're going to lose track of him. And when that moment happens, he will strike.
It was absolutely perfect. I mean, we see them on height here at one point as well. And there was a moment during this endgame where actually Cammy hits a 200 pump. And it's almost a situation where Cammy walked so Seti could run. You know, he picked up that refresh and then Seti just went absolutely crazy. And I think this was the moment right here where Cammy was able to pick up that big elimination. And of course, Seti able to pick up refreshes on his own as well. He doesn't need Cammy in these situations. But of course, as we mentioned, no materials. Couldn't really go for that heal off, only 10 in the med miss. So really well played in the end.
Yeah, and you can see Seti even being forced against that Glacier phase. There's really nowhere left for him to go. His only option is to basically just channel forward, and unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to close it out entirely, but for a moment you had to wonder because it looked like he was about to get the job done. Just fortunate there for Rhea that he's able to close out where Users had left off.
Just that left-hand peek, though. I think, you know, Seti, he had that opportunity, and we were like thinking, I mean, Zeke was just jumping around the whole stage. I don't know if you want to saw it, because it almost looked like he was playing, you know, the way he was jumping around. But no, it was crazy from Seti because he didn't quite have that right-hand peek. Of course, his opponent there on the other side of the wall did have that, so he wasn't quite able to get the shot off, though.
Yeah, another duo I do want to take a moment to highlight, Vino and Queasy. I mean, Vino being left alone. And in Zone 8, they did go for that double kinetic blade play up, right? And I do want to call out Vivid here because he did let me know it was actually Mr. Savage and Vidil that caught that. They clocked they were going to make that move and then immediately take down Queasy, which means Veno's got a fair for himself, and that's tough.
Hey, you can have the right idea all day long in terms of looking for the rotations to try and centralize yourselves there on the high ground. But unfortunately, again, yeah, it was Vidil who ended up knocking Queasy in the process. But Vino still, zero business to make it as long as he did. He looked like an absolute gladiator out there.
Yeah, he was. And of course, they went up for that high ground a little bit earlier than they did in game number 1. So we expect there to be a few changes. We expect teams to sort of latch onto that and think, actually, look who's going up on height. Let's try and take them out. But of course, Veno did such a great job on his own. Last week, I think we saw a lot more solo impact points from Queasy, of course, doing such a great job as a solo. But now, Veno seems to be stepping up to the plate.
And you talk about high ground. Zara is currently king of high ground. For whatever reason, Zara is always the one that has it, and he even fought for it there when he did get chopped out, but it did not quite work out for them in the end. But I have to say, for this duo to constantly just be going for that high ground, this is the kind of position you have to be, right? Because we cannot just give this over to Queasy and Veno. You have to fight for this.
I think a lot of the discussion is also less about Queasy and Veno, more about Zengi and Zara just kind of recognizing, hey, if we have height, we can not only look to take advantage of teams that are looking to challenge us, because we saw a couple of instances where teams would try to ODM, try to kinetic blade up to their level, but if they're already controlling the high ground for Zengi and Zara, they have those red eyes to utilize as well. So you know they're going to find that pinpoint accuracy to prevent that from happening.
I mean, look at that. They have no bills, and they're still trying to commit to height. A lot of teams would have just thought, you know what, we don't have the bills. Let's drop back down and try and pick up a refresh. But they identified they were actually quite solidified up on high ground. They didn't have to go down that early. They didn't have to rush the refresh. They could just collect all the placement points as they could when they're on that high ground. And in those moments, they would have picked up some extra placement points, which did them good.
Yeah, you like to see it. Creeping into our 10th place, Malibuca, Thomas HD, up one placement, man. They're looking to try and just hold off everybody else. Hey, we want to go to Grands as well. We want to make sure we just play as much spoiler as possible. My question is, could they continue to do that, right? How do we just make sure Malibuca and Thomas end up in that top 5?
I don't actually think they have another key on their keyboard other than W. I think that's the only key that's on their keyboard. They have one of those little mini keyboards, you know, with one key. And that's all they have, because at the moment, they are going absolutely crazy when it comes to eliminations. They are afraid of nobody, and when you have the best loot in the game, Taco, it's impossible to be.
Yeah, it definitely becomes a much easier circumstance, especially when you factor in that these are just aggressive players in general. Malibuca in particular, though, maybe a little bit longer time spent with Thomas, and then we could see them place a little bit higher where they're actually planning.
Yeah, for sure. This is just game number 2. We have 4 more crazy games. I know what you're thinking. Zeke, are we ready? Yeah, we are. That's right. We're going to jump back in the action. There's more games we got to see. More kinetic blades to fire off. So let's do this. This is game 3 of the FNCS.
More games and more excitement. We've only seen 2 games so far up until this point, with 4 more to go, Levin. What are you thinking?
Yeah, we've had some very high-flying games, and I think with the analysts talking about some of the teams who maybe have been, you know, very aggressive in their approach, will we continue to see that? Probably so, right? Especially if you're Malibuca and Thomas. They're running around with the best loot in the game, and everybody's just letting them do it. Will somebody just finally stop them and say, no, we're not going to let you get the pulse rifles, or no, we're not going to let you get the volts? Somebody has to do it at some point.
Yeah, we've even seen Tayson and Mustache missing that first game due to some technical difficulties, performed very, very well to make up for lost time, but the Battle Bus is ready. So is game number 3, and our final game before the halfway point on the day, and it's really going to be telling of how some of these players have to perform to close it out.
Any predictions coming into this one?
Julian will not go down to fall damage this game.
I hope so. I really do hope so. Julian Com and Zest, and Julian Com, one of the longer standing competitive players. And look, it doesn't matter how much comp experience you have, you're probably going to win with an ODM gear against nobody off spawn.
Can't build to protect yourself.
Even if you had the builds.
Can't play defensive.
Even if you had the builds, it wouldn't really matter, would it?
You might be right. Maybe with that smart lock pistol. Maybe if he was able to create some distance, but Levin has been right all day long. That's why you have the gold on, because you're just a golden star here for the stage.
I'm never right. I simply carry the piano for the artist to play.
I like that. I like that. Brutal Bastion. Haven't seen too much of these off-spawn exchanges. As Andelix gets another 2 right out of the gates. Vino gets 1 as well. So many teams over towards Brutal Bastion, though. I'm trying to kind of count it up. I think there's directly 3 teams in the Brutal Bastion POI, and you see that 4th team on the outskirts. So a fight for the vault, a fight for all that loot is a must. See a little replay on Andelix and how he was able to get both of these eliminations right out of the gate. Answering doors left, right, and center to take down 1. Slice gets cleaned up. He was able to get that siphon, and you got to imagine if he didn't have that siphon, he's battling with 50 HP. This is what we've been seeing throughout the day. The drop didn't necessarily go in this direction. Didn't see it right out of the gates, but we're seeing how dangerous these ODM gears are off spawn, especially when you're contested in a building like this. You think there's so much safety all around, but it's just an oasis, it's just a distraction.
Well, yeah, that's how they won the fight last time round, right? Mixon and Blackchain in game 2 picked up some ODM gear and just completely destroyed half the building. It's like we panned to it and it was like half the building was just gone. They tried to make the same play. It hasn't paid off as swiftly. But now that it's all charged up again, they're going to go right back in for it. And you're seeing just how unreal that gear can be. Wait a minute, though. Blatcher ran out of mats, and so it's now actually a 1v1. Hizix against Mixon. Oh, I said 1v1. No, Dandy's actually up. He just had such low HP. I was like, hold on a minute. It's a 2v1.
See him passing on over the floppers. They get the siphon, the mats. Worst case scenario for Mixon. He's trying to dig deep and come out with a miracle victory. That's why he's ODM, trying to cause destruction, drop him down into their hands, but his luck runs out. Mixon and Blacha are back to the lobby.
Yeah, and I think we just saw an example there, right, of where in fights where you're using the ODM gear, you have to still be careful. You have to be very coordinated with your teammate. While you're breaking through the build, your teammate has to be ready with their shotgun out to take the shots.
Seen it. How it all unfolded. Misha was already down. Teeny breaks him down altogether, and the timing for that is crucial if they didn't build that tower into the sky. It's Queasy and Veno, you know them. Uncontested scored contingent crossing, which kind of gives them almost a good chunk. I would think maybe like 10% of the south portion of the map, kind of splitting Kajitsu crossing between the two, even taking the gas station just north, which kind of makes it hard for a lot of these teams in the games that they do pull a zone, because normally if it pushes you out of the Kenjutsu crossing, you got teams that will take the storm damage so that way they can find the kinetic blade. For the past couple games, as it moved on over towards Kenjutsu, that hasn't been a possibility up until this point.
I love that stat there, right, where it's like their game 1 win was the first win this season, with both players alive when they get the victory royale. I wonder why. I wonder why. It's the heal-offs that made it that way. And now with the lack of heal-offs today, it gives a chance for both players to shine in the final moments, right? It's not just Queasy sitting deep in Storm with a bunch of heals. Vino can bask in the glory as well.
Allows multiple playstyles here this time around. If you can make it past that 8th and 9th zones, where it just opens up so much, and if you don't play your game right, you don't make those smart decisions, position yourself before that happens, it's going to be hard for anybody to rotate, especially those without mobility. But we've seen the Brutal Vault a couple games. We've seen the Mega City Vault. Now it's time to see how things over towards Shadow Slab are beginning to turn, and nobody really contesting just yet onto Vortex and Yapko. But as the vault opens, you know, more and more teams are going to rotate in this direction and try to scrap up whatever they can.
I feel like I'm watching a Raider practice map right now where he's sort of pieced up all them bots. Either way, he's gotten the cards, so he's got what he needs. He'll get out of there and open that vault. And there are players in the Shatter Slabs area, so it's not going to be smooth sailing for them once they pick up these shotguns. Yeah, Malibuka's gone down in the feed.
Like a whole fight going down for just scrap loot on the outside of Shattered Slabs. We got a team waiting for Vortex and Yapko to leave Shattered Slabs over towards Mega City. One's going to be easy for the taking on the vault. The other one, not so much, as Malibuka's already knocked. Thomas becomes the focus. So much pressure for so many different angles, not really giving him a chance to breathe. But as I say that, a few short seconds open up, and that's why he's trying to spread himself out, give himself more room to work with. But then a third team in Trulex, and Chicho comes strolling in.
I said it. I said the lobby cannot allow these guys to just keep getting the vault and the Rift Island for free. Finally, the Mega City teams are giving them a much more difficult battle when it comes to the vault. We'll see if Thomas is even able to get out of this one alive, because he's stuck in between so many different teams, so he's sandwiched right now.
As you guys can see again, I've been saying is this week's episode of FNCS. That's Levin who wrote the script. He knows exactly how it's going to go. Hey, that just goes how to show how smart, how much you actually know a lot of these guys here.
Please stop, please.
Teach you. I'm going to build you up. I'm going to build you up
please.
like the mountains, left, right. There's one position at the top of Mega City has been claimed. Janus was one of those players. He went down very, very early on to Merstash. So great to see that Reason not only was able to disengage, but get his teammate right back up into the mix. They have that slurp truck, so when it comes to heals, they're not going to have to waste any that they have in their inventory either. Oof. I just like the story of where it's going. For Janus and Reason, they still need a big day. So as he just gets rebooted, make sure to see, as this one just beginning, how far they are going to make it into this game, because they need consistent performances. I talked about, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard after this game, you may need to ramp up the aggression a little bit to try to get that spot into Search Week, to get that easy ticket directly into the FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals. So much worth fighting for so many teams still left in this lobby.
Yeah, we'll do our best job of tracking, right, in terms of who needs to do what. Sort of have an idea with some of the different teams already. As we get deeper and deeper, closer to that finale in Game 6, we'll make sure to have you clued in on just exactly what every single team needs. Of course, if your goal in this lobby is to get towards an automatic Grand Finals qualification, we will let you know. But for some of the teams in the lobby, Jacob, Grand Finals auto qualifications off the cards. They're just trying to play for Storm Surge, or for Surge Week qualification, I should say. That's obviously going to take place next week. 5 games, the 5 winners of each of the games, and then the top 5 most consistent teams make it through.
Almost sounds easy, almost sounds like a great opportunity. We've seen so many of these Surge Weeks, these reboot style rounds, go down to the wire with some surprising teams begin to make their way out. As Zangi goes down, we saw Zara under struggles to even rotate into this position. They just weren't able to stabilize themselves in time before everything came pushing in.
A lot just happened there in the space of like 5 seconds. We had 2 of the top 3 teams going down. We had Zara and Zangi getting taken out there, having their fair share of struggles. A lot happening right now around the lobby. Anelex and Diox, they're not struggling when it comes to the loot. I might be bugging, but wasn't there just like a gold shotgun there? Why did Anelex not take that?
I don't know. Anelex probably has some different ideas in his mind. Maybe he just didn't want to take the risk, because on the other side, he knows there's a few other teams still here in this position. Thomas and Malibuka, they got pushed out of Mega City. You talked about they weren't able to kind of claim that vault as their own game after game. Eventually, some of these teams will tack onto their strategy and put a thorn in it. But from the vault to the weapons cache, they're at least finding every single strategy on how to get the best loot and putting it into play.
So they didn't get the Mega City vote. They didn't get the Mythic shotguns, which I guess is, you know, a win now to the rest of the lobby. But there's still one more gambit left in this game, right? The Rift Island. Will they get that easy breezy, or will they struggle to fight for it again? Vino and Queasy, they've moved quite a ways away from Kinjitsu, but they are now currently the only team in the top 3 that is alive and kicking in this game. How long will that last? There's a Savage and Vidil there on the other side of that wall. It was actually Vidil that took down Queasy in that last game. It made their run came to an end too soon. There may be a bit of revenge here to be had.
Only thing that worries me is that team just on the outside that's slowly but surely closing in the gap, staying on the edge of zone. It's gonna be Janice, that's gonna be Reason. Fresh off the reboot, trying to get themselves into a better spot, and they see it all going down into the distance. Say, hey, we have much more time to work with. The Savage and Vidil, they're not biting off more than they can chew in this scenario. But I talked about Janice, I talked about Reason. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it on over to Vivid, the only guy I trust to break down the game that they haven't so far.
Yeah, of course. Lucky for Janice and Reason, going to be finding that reboot after going down earlier in this game, but it's actually not that bad of a reboot. They're going to be instantly getting this slurp chuck to find those shields necessary right after the reboot. Unfortunately for them, though, Queasy and Venno were very, very aware of this situation, actually, and were chasing them down. You know, only a couple of tags went out, and Venno actually is the one that takes so much damage, but if you pay attention to the map, both of these teams are way to the east out in the storm. That's why we actually saw Queasy and Venno in that fight on that east side.
Yeah, you see an understanding from those teams, right? They want to try get to the dead side of the zone. When a bunch of teams are trying to get to the dead side, it starts going from dead side to just being like, hey, everyone's here now. Thomas HD going down in the feed. We'll see if you can get an update on that one, because again, these guys having some struggles in their pursuit of glory here in these lobbies. They already dealt with one hiccup when Malabuka went down, but now they have to deal with Thomas being taken out, and Malabuka has to try getting back up. And yet they are here on the Rift Island. So again, being put to a halt by none other than the same exact team. It's Refsguard and Hellfire once again. They were giving them problems in Mega City, and now they're giving them problems here on the island. You might have just found Thomas HD and Malabuka's kryptonite.
This is why Malabuka's one of the best. No matter if he's by himself or has a teammate, kind of watches back, he's ready to take on any challenge, especially when there's so much to fight for. Because you got to imagine, if he has this reboot card, they get the reboot and a chance to get him back into the game, but the ODM gear is causing so much displacement for Malabuka and his game plan. He's getting forced back further and further, even into the house, where you don't see a lot of these fights begin to take place. Refsguard doesn't like any of it, especially the corners that you can hide behind. Once again, using that ODM gear to cause destruction, break down the build, and make their job that much easier.
Hellfire Refsguard on the hunt, running down Malabuka, and he's doing a good job of just getting away, barely. But you've got to think they'll catch up to him very, very shortly. He drops down as well now, and they're not going to commit. They're satisfied with him leaving the island for good. And so now a chance to just take those pulse rifles, but boy, oh boy, if you're Malabuka and Thomas, that must be so frustrating for you. It's like watching somebody eat your own lunch. It's like, no, that's my lunch. Those are my shotguns, those are my pulse rifles. And Refsguard and Hellfire have just completely snatched it away from them.
I feel like this is the start of a villain arc for Malabuka. Brings Thomas back, and that's where the story really is going to begin. But for Ray and User, their story began last game, where they pulled off a huge VR to put themselves in such a great spot to gather as many series points this week as possible. Depending on where they're at on the leaderboard, this could make or break the rest of their season. They're trying to scavenge together the rest of the metal that they can over towards this racetrack. And this is where a lot of the teams that begin to rotate through the center of the map usually find themselves gathering a lot of that metal. Fury and Lusha trying to make their way into the zone. Great first couple of games. They found themselves into the top 10. One speed bump, one hiccup is all it takes with a lobby this stack and a scoreboard this close together. The same thing I said that dropped him out, that hiccup. A great game here and put him right back into the top 10.
Yeah, and of course we discussed already, they have the blueprint, they have the formula. They're landing exactly where Shimoki and Swizzy were in the previous weeks. We know just how impressive that duo has been over the course of this major. It's following their footsteps, and it's easier said than done, right? You've got to be as good as Shimoki and Swizzy were, which is no easy task.
Time we tune in, Tini and Misha. A precarious spot, fighting for their lives. Vexy's able to get the knock onto one. Shots coming in from a whole nother team, making his job that much harder, but instead of popping that flirt juice, he's just trying to get the siphon. Conserve as many of the heals as possible, but I don't know if that's going to be a possibility now that he takes a huge tag and the annoying third party still poking in shots from all directions. And you can see that he's just trying to put himself in a spot where he has so many builds, so much real estate, where if he's under siege, he can pop in and out of those covers.
Yeah, the problem is here, if Tini's just applying that pressure to Vexy, not giving them a chance to breathe. A third party takes a shot now as well, and Tini forces his way into the box. It's so unfortunate for Vexy because he had so many heals. If he had just gotten a couple seconds to heal, he would have been good.
Yeah.
But he tried to mantle up. He thought there was a floor above him that was his. He tried to jump up and reset it. It wasn't his. He tried it like 3 times, and it just loses him a couple of vital seconds to be able to get the heals off. And that is the difference in these lobbies, those small margins.
There wasn't 30 seconds left with the zones beginning to close. I think Vortex and Yapko are probably in the best spot in the lobby. But for now, they try to kinetic blade their way to safety, become the target from at least a couple of these teams for now, as they're trying to stabilize themselves, as Yapko is playing on the defensive end. They hear a reboot all coming off in the distance, backside of zone, but Vortex can only look so far as that player has some environmental safety that he can count on.
I love how Vortex just looked over towards Pablo Wingo as well. He realized that there would be other players looking to try and eliminate the rebooted player. And he thought, look, I can take shots at them or I can take shots at you.
$1,000 above the threshold for Seti and Cammy. Business as usual. This isn't the stage of the game where they traditionally pick up a lot of their eliminations. They continue to play in towards the meta.
Seti and Cammy in a lot of eliminations in one sentence. It's not one I hear too often, right? But the good thing about their situation right now, Jacob, is that they do have a lot of materials. Cammy is maxed out. You've got to think Seti will have a good chunk as well. And they have the heals necessary. They have good loot. They have some movement. This is setting up to be a really good game for them. Vina and Queasy down in the feed to run it to you. Oh, wow.
You know what that means? That means almost a lot of our top competitors on the leaderboard are finding those struggles, and it opens up the door for anybody to kind of close the gap, including Anas and Marine, who need a big finish on the day. So where they currently sit on the leaderboard simply isn't enough, but they have all the experience in the world. They know how to play with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, for a team that, like you said, it's imperative they perform at the highest level in order to secure a spot in some of the further stages of this competition. It's been too quiet from them today. This has to be the game where they step up, where they make things count.
The 2 points per elimination. It's going to be hard to find that balance, that mixture of both. Got to make sure you maybe even get a top 9, top 8 position on the leaderboard. That's where a good chunk of those points reside. Seti, Cammy, 100 points. The next team on that leaderboard. Grippe and Flixe, one team below them on that leaderboard. Great chance to kind of make up for lost time here, just like Mustache and Tayson, missing out on game number 1. 44 points in game number 2. They're in prime position with a good portion of our superstars in the lobby down to try to close the gap.
I'd love to know whether or not Tayson also has a kinetic blade, right? Because if he does, if they both have the blades, it will be such a nice situation for them, right? In terms of just being able to move throughout this game without problems. Trulex, you can't stand in the open without problems at this stage in the game. Always have to be on the alert, gets caught out, and a big pot will be used as a result of it.
Just take note of what he's doing right here. He's opening up his cover on the zone side of the wall, which means nobody's really going to be able to get a nice angle on him until he connects blades. But you can see he's going around the mountain, taking a couple of shots to get there. That's the sacrifice you're making. But look how easy, look how many players in the mini-map that he just went and zoomed past with the dashes from those kinetic blades. So even though Chicho did get lost moments ago, Trulex, one of the bigger solo impact players of that team, is going to be able to come out.
And look, Tayson does have one, doesn't have the purple variant, so has one less charge than what Mustache will have. But as long as they coordinate well, as long as Tayson leads the way and Mustache follows, these guys are setting up to have an absolutely monstrous game. Still so good at materials. You can see Tayson just using that cone to scout around. They know there's fights there that they can capitalize on as well. And with some of their best competitors going down all over the place this game, things are looking very, very good for the reigning champions.
Yeah, Julian Zestin goes down right before those placement points begin to set in. For Janus and Reason, they at least got something at this point in time for their efforts. But with such a big day being needed, even Russia and Fury can't stop now. Can't let your foot up off the gas as they got themselves a great spot. If they're able to hold on as much height as possible, not too far to go before they're in zone as well. 41 above the damage threshold. That's the only thing that seems worrisome for me, and you can see as he continues to look on everywhere on the map. It's a little bit of a worry for them, just like Rayed and User, 69 below the damage threshold. Storm Surge already putting in some damage. They're just hoping that teams go down and allow them to survive this.
Yeah, the problem is though, is that probably is not going to be good enough. Like, you at a certain point have to start saying, look, where can we desperately find some damage? We've seen players make crazy plays before. Now they're going to just try waltz into a box. So Pablo Ingu, I was going to say, shouldn't have too many problems with this. They are actually forcing him backwards. But unfortunately, their time is now up. It is over and done with. And it's Refsguard and Hellfire up on height. Pulse rifles in hand. Mythic shotguns in hand. This is a position we wanted to see Malabuka and Thomas in. But no, this time round, it's the Danes, the other Danes, who now have a chance to show us why the best loot in the game right now can lead to victories and to big, big success.
And where the zone is going to pull, there's different elevations. It's going to go up a mountain and quickly drop right off. For Hellfire's Refguard, this is a perfect recipe for success, but Janus, he gets lost along the way. That was Refguard again, putting those overclock pulse rifles to use and taking out a person that needed most, putting so much pressure onto Reason here to perform, and he's 40 below the damage threshold. This is recall putting Resin in a pressure cooker.
This is so tough. We've seen that so many times this season. I've done it myself. I'm sure you have, Jacob, where you use your katana, you do the right clicks, and then you land the left click by accident. And all of a sudden now players are shooting you and you can't even defend yourself.
Yeah.
And now that leaves Reason all alone. But look up above on height. Refsguard and Hellfire. Ramped all the way up. Ultimate height. Nobody within any sort of distance of them. And now that the zone is closed, this is the time where they have to pressure. They cannot afford any of these teams who are sitting and waiting to look up at them, see where they are and chop them out. Reason though, they're still kicking, they're still going. And that's a nice limb to find. And now he'll start to make his move as that next move in zone kicks in and everybody in the lobby has to go.
With low ground, he gets chopped down there. This is where you typically want to stay away from, with only 14 builds left. He might not have a choice here. Come later on in the game, he uses his first charge of that kinetic blade, trying to find some safety. But running out of mats, he's trying to look who he can catch off guard. Trulik's trying to do the same. More impact points for him as a solo he's trying to pick up. As Deox and Anilix, one of the solos left in the game, they find one. A huge refresh for their efforts towards the low ground. You can see they have a great amount of splashes and their slurp juice as well, just in case this does come to a heal off.
Diox and Andilex tarping their way on through. Diox leading the way. Trulex, he'd want to be leading the way for Chicho, but unfortunately, his teammate is down. So it's going to have to be a solo clutch for him. Running very low on brick, going to have to start using that wood eventually. But again, Hellfire and Refsguard, nobody challenging them for height. They've conditioned it so well. They've done a good job of spraying the right teams where necessary. And anybody that goes up like Wheat just tried to do will get sprayed, will get chopped down. Mustache and Tayson might be the only ones who really can give them a challenge for it.
Yeah, you notice Hellfire towards the high ground. He chopped down some of his builds so nobody could sneak and try to take it from the backside of that zone as it continues to pull. Trulex and Reason under pressure. Reason was able to get one, but he goes down into the top 15.
Will Trulex follow him though? It's starting to get really dicey for him down there. He will. That's going to be the end of Trulex's run for Mustache and Tayson though. They are still alive together, and together they are stronger than many of the other teams, even the likes of Refsguard and Hellfire up above with the best loot in the game. These two dropping down to low are going to find themselves in a world of trouble. Order Solo is going to be coming down this way. They need to be careful. Diox and Andlex have to be careful of chasing the mustache though, because not only are they down on low, they're going to be looking up as well.
With one splash less, you see Andalex, what he has in his mind. Do I stagger myself back? Do I go forward? Makes the wrong decision, and it costs him everything. That was Mustache who was able to find that elimination. Now Vortex is finding one as well. Huge sneaky plays as he takes down Anchor. Now he has a problem in itself. He has to find his way to the zone. He doesn't have any HP to regain. Meanwhile, Slow and Steady wins the race. Repguard and Hellfire have a smooth sailing what looks like that top spot.
And Tason's fallen. That leaves Mustache all alone once again, but he's struggling. No materials, no way to cover his angles, no way to cover his back. And he's going to be taken out by Wheat and Q-Roll. And so now a 2v2 in these final moments. Both teams seemingly have enough to try heal off. Hellfire's job is to stop that from happening. Tries to use that pulse rifle to his advantage, and it won't quite happen. Wheat, he has a slurp, has some chug splashes, but I think Rescard above has just that bit more. And so it's going to come down all to who has enough heals. This is looking much more like the previous weeks we've seen, Jacob.
Yep, I think Repscar, because he had high ground very, very early on in the game, they were able to conserve Matt's resources, the heals that he's using. He's going back, just like you said, to try to go for the campfire. Wheat with only 4 splashes left. He's trying to go back and find out where this heal off is coming through at. There's even another slurp juice left for grabs, but Repscar knows there's so much here towards the trailer park from apples. There's corn. There's so much for him to grab, but Wheat catches up just in the nick of time. One tick is all it's going to take, and Repscar survives front in the center to take the game.
Repscar did not have as many heals as Wheat, but he did have the prime position to go and find more heals, use that campfire, found some more as well around the trailer park. And even though Wheat came chasing after him, he could not catch up in time. Catch Refsguard if you can. You cannot. You give these guys the loot we've been hyping up Thomas and Malabuka for having, they will win the game.
I was about to say that exact thing. They took down Thomas early on in the game. They pushed Malabuka off Rift Island, saying, this is ours. This is our moment. They got the Mythic Havoc on top of that as well, and they take the game from high ground, able to conserve a lot of those mats, a lot of those resources to make it possible.
I just love how poetic it is, right? We hype up Thomas and Malabuka every single game. We say, look, you give them this loot, they're going to win games. They couldn't quite do it, but the team that finally stopped them on both counts, right? Refsguard and Hellfire, they stopped them at Mega City at the Vaults. They stopped them on Rift Island as well, and then they win the game. They do exactly what we've been wanting that duo to do, and what a game to have for them. We saw Refsguard talking about how he wants to improve as an IGL. That's a great start.
Yeah, we talked about so many teams. They already got their ticket to Grand Finals. Others, they already got their ticket in Surge Week. For others, it's just playing for those bragging rights and getting first place on the leaderboard. But with half our day already done, I'm going to throw it over to Zeke to kind of make some sense of this noise.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Levin GK. As Refsguard would say, he's back. That's what we like to see. We now get our first look at a heal off since the recent changes to competitive. And for Refsguard, he takes full advantage. And I love, too, those just little things he's doing to ensure, hey, if everything goes wrong, I have a plan to make sure it will go right for us.
He did a fantastic job, and at the beginning of the show, he said he's chilling. He's feeling chilling right now. You know, the day is normal. It's another day at the office, and it's quite a good one for game number 3 for these guys. And what I noticed about this game was they actually went really high up. We saw it, of course, in previous weeks of the games, but this is the first time today that we've seen a team really take control of that ultimate height. Of course, they had those kinetic blades so that if they were to get chopped, they could save themselves, but it didn't happen.
Also, I just really love the decision that they made while they kept chopping their own builds on that ultimate high ground layer. So they were just further ensuring no one is going to be able to challenge us up here. Anybody that we saw try to get even remotely close, I believe Wheat was probably the closest to actually trying to match their height, but that just fell so short. And the overclock pulse rifles, again, just kind of signing the end of a lot of players' runs here in match number 3, but have to love the brain recognition there from Refsguard. Why take the chance? They know that they're chilling for the most part as far as quals are concerned, but this Victory Royale is sure to get them one step closer.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the standings. How are things going? What does the landscape look like after these 3 games? Seti and Cammy make a huge push to try and jump up into that number 1 spot. But Gripey, Flixay, if they got anything to say about it, they're right behind as well. And for Refsguard and Hellfire, take a look in 4th place. They've jumped up 11 placements off of a single game. And to think we have 3 more games, any duo can make that happen.
Yeah, they could. Of course, Tayson as well. Merstash down on those mid to low ground layers. They were doing really good. Just kind of fragging out. You know, we talk so much about high ground and how important that is, especially when you see Refsguard doing it so well. They were just fragging out in the mid ground, and they were doing it really well.
And what's even more impressive about Merstash and Tayson is that you have to remember, they didn't get to participate in game number 1 today, but they were able to resolve some of those technical issues that Tayson was encountering. And so now that they are able to compete, able to basically showcase their instincts, I think, as players, because despite finding himself in that solo situation, if there's anybody that you can find to be dependent in a solo clutch scenario, it would definitely be Merstash.
Yeah, he's a solid talent and a really good player at that as well. Of course, had the heels down on that low ground side, couldn't quite make it happen as Refsguard, of course, came out with the win, but a solid performance in this duo who already qualified to grand finals. So as Jacob said, they're just playing for bragging rights.
Absolutely. Well, it is the halfway point of the competition. We have a very special interview lined up with a shining member within our community. It is none other than Mama Benji Fishy. Welcome to the broadcast. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing really well. Thank you for having me on the broadcast.
Of course, it is fantastic to be able to talk with you. You know, let's just start. In case you guys don't know, this is Benji Fishy's mom, Mama Benji Fishy. So, Mama Benji Fishy, what's it like, you know, having a son like Benji, you know, an S-tier Fortnite player?
I would have said, obviously, you know, amazing, but very stressful, actually. So, like, when they're taking part, you know, in the tournaments, so like FNCS or in a LAN tournament, you always want them to do well. So like being able to manage the highs and lows, and, you know, maybe they don't do quite as well as they want to do. So just being there to support them. So yeah, very stressful, really.
Okay.
Yeah, now, so of course you are one of the players, of course, in the game at the moment as well. You're a competitor yourself, but also a mentor to other parents who've been in your situation before or are currently in your situation. What is the most important things that you've learned that you teach current competitors and their parents?
I think it's the whole thing, it's being part of a community. So therefore, you know, certainly from a parent perspective, it's do reach out to other parents and, you know, ask their advice. Don't actually sit there alone. You know, in the beginning, I was talked to Miss Savage's dad, Johnny, quite a lot, as well as the other parents. So actually being able to talk and advise and go through any of the issues that, you know, you're struggling with, then yeah, I would say that is the main thing, not to be on your own, to actually reach out and be part of the community.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned community, Mom Benji Fishy, because we all have seen you. You've been a competitor yourself in a lot of these Fortnite tournaments, and especially having been a parent to Benji Fishy while he's competing in his own. But what would you say is like the overall impact that Fortnite has had on your life as a result?
It has completely turned our life around 100, you know, full circle. It's given huge opportunities, you know, both to Benji to be able to compete and realize his dream of always wanting to be a professional esports player. Also being able to sort of like travel and, as you say, be part of that community, and which is amazing, you know.
Awesome. Well, Mama Benji Fishy, we thank you so much for your time. Where can the folks at home find you?
It's just Mama Benji Fishy on all socials.
Thank you so much.
Very
well,
easy.
We appreciate you. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the competition. And we can't wait to see you for the day when you and Benji Fishy duo for FNCS. We love you. Bye.
Yes. Never say never. Maybe.
Really love
Never
to
say
see it.
never.
Mama Benji Fishy, just an icon in the competitive scene. If you didn't know, you got to go find her. Follow her yourself. But game is ready. So let's get right back into all the action. Game number 4 of the FNCS starts right now.
Game number 4 starts right now, and the second half of the journey. It's almost equally as important how you started as much as it is how you finish this one off.
And we're just gonna hop right into the action. The battle bus is ready, the players are ready. And Andalex and Diox have to win off spawn again, but this time round, it's gonna be Andalex who has to try and 1v2 slicing Myox once again, because Diox has fallen. All Andalex have the loot. He's ran into the other building, into this little shed. I don't think he quite has enough, but he just has to connect to some crucial shots. They're gonna make it so tough for him. And as good as a player Andalex is, he will crumble away.
Just the onslaught of pressure. as soon as he lost, Diox just kind of made it. If he didn't have any materials to defend himself, it was all over. Even though he did have a Maven shotgun to kind of fight back with, it just wasn't enough. And you can already see for Slice and Miox what that really means for their game. They're going to be able to fight back. They're going to be able to have a chance to kind of pick up as many points as possible. Slove and Asa, they've been having such a good day so far, 124 points. And you can see how they're picking up a lot of their loot. They go for a split drop right out of the gates. They got that first elimination. They're trying to hunt and figure out where that solo is left at. A little do they know they're going up on Pixie, who's not necessarily a solo, but he's in a spot by himself. Caught in no man's land, and you can see the 2v1. They're able to kind of drop him out. And now they're the cause of 2 different teams being destructed, brought down to solo players.
Asa and Slove been on a roll today. They were obviously at first place at one point in the competition and slipped a bit beneath that, just sitting around 20 points behind. And I'm sure they'll catch up in no time after the way they're picking up elims like this one. Blacksher and Mixon, though, in their off-spawn battles, we've been seeing it all throughout today. Finally winning again here after last game's hiccup. And again, the ODM gear coming into effect for them.
Seeing this off-spawn ODM gear, it just means so much. If you're not really able to defend yourself, you don't have any weapons to kind of fire back, it's just not much you can even do. You just got to hope for your opponent to miss overall, which doesn't necessarily come as easy as you think, as Vaniac trying to go for a sneaky play on the Kyrie, who also needs a big day. Doesn't land the full spread onto that shot, so a great chance for Kyrie to try to battle back from this as Karmi's closing the distance. Gosh as well. Immediately trying to hover over and solidify their position onto the high ground before dropping down. ODM gear causing destruction. That's where Vaniac's trying to take the pieces underneath his control. But Karmi oversteps his boundaries. Shields are gone. HP has dropped down to 50%. He gets knocked overall as well, as Vaniac's just trying to do anything that he can. Able to land at least one good shot. And as they get into the same box, hip to hip, the tables have turned. Now Vaniac is now on the run and sent back to the lobby overall.
Kiri and Gosh winning off spawn here. And nicely done. This is a spot they don't actually land at. Typically, they have just started to land here. And once again, it's another example of a team where I'm sure Queasy and Vino in this lobby will be very, very happy they won off spawn, because that's another team that sometimes likes to contest that Kenjutsu. And so the more success they have towards the west of Mega City, the more likely it is they stay away from contesting those guys when it comes grand final time. Kami, though, making sure he doesn't get caught out by Bevies and Pablo Wingu.
So close. So close to getting caught out. Luckily, that third party started to fire in some shots. You can see how Seti was taken down, just kind of crouching. He was digging in the fridge, waiting for him to go for that chest. And that's what you do right there. If you're anybody, realistically, if you kind of know how your opponents are going to drop, you know how they're going to play the POI. But it would only really work once.
That's tough. All right, that's the first place team that's sitting. Kami, they've been on a roll, and now things not looking too good for them. We saw in Major 1, when they contested off spawn, they do not do as well. It's one of the weak points of their play. Unfortunately for them, Kami now has a tough task to sort of rekindle a game. I said Mr. Savage, I mean Malabuka and Thomas. They have already picked up Albi's duo off spawn. And now looking to finally clean up Albi as well.
They continue to chase Albi around. It makes you wonder, are they going to challenge Mega City? Didn't find any success in that last game. Is that a sign that they have to really switch things up? But for now, they're just trying to finish off this fight, get what they started. They already got 1 elimination, 2 points. Continuously chasing down, putting down the shots. You can see Malabuka running up and using that distraction as a plus, gets the piece control, and instantly ends the fight as soon as he gets there.
Maybe they just are scared of Rift Guard and Hellfire.
Oh, don't say that. Don't tell them that. Hey, they're your friends, not mine. I don't gotta go. I don't go on to go in the call after that and explain what I just said.
I'm gonna get blocked by Thomas HD again.
Again.
Careful.
I like that. Lusha liking the position he's in as well. Him and Fury chasing down the top competitor here in this lobby, and quickly jumps above, dodging that shot. You can see he doesn't like where he's at, waiting for Fury to be in a better spot before trying to advance with the ODMs. Even gets underneath the box. This is a position he didn't even expect himself to be in, but it's just going to be a trade. A knock for a knock. With the high ground going over to Fury. Better position as well as he's trying to drop down, figure out where his opponent's at. And as soon as he does, he's getting denied every opportunity to take away those pieces but one. Fury's just trying to save the day here. Him and Lusha started off the day overall, the first 3 games, in a much better position where they find themselves in now. The slow bay still hasn't been cleaned up just yet, so that's still a cipher that Fury is trying to take advantage of. Zasa looking like he's just trying to backtrack in his place. Try ahead and keep him alive with those splashes.
Yeah, and with how consistent Asa and Slovo have been, Fury's able to put a halt to. It's been a decent run for them in the first 4 games, or first 3 games. That would be tough, and it'd be what Fury need. They've been able to consistently make it deep into games as well, but this might just be the first game where that doesn't happen because Asa has him in the spin cycle, and now with the ODM gear coming out, ooh, doesn't quite go for the attack. He's run out of mats. I don't even think he realized yet. That might be really awkward for him if Fury realizes he doesn't have materials.
A mishap here. He's not really able to find what he's looking for. Oh, and he's now in another player's box, but he had no choice. He had no choice, and it worked out for him. Fury's sitting there wondering what just happened.
Wow, okay. He probably should not have won that, but he does. And props to Asa for that.
No build, no problem.
Wasn't even using the ODM to attack properly. I was questioning if he actually knew how to do it. I was like, do you have it binded? Did he unbind it or something? Either way, Asa's just an absolute monster, but that's why they've been doing so well today.
Sometimes you're kind of forced to pivot. Not what you exactly wanted to do, but that's just the name of game of Fortnite. Whoever's best at thinking on their toes as Artist goes down. Firebro's under pressure. Just a sliver of HP as Cheatin' pops. First of 2 legendary slurp juices. You can see that he has the Havoc pump as well, so he's gonna deal a huge amount of damage even for a body shot. First thing he's gonna battle though is trying to take control of the pieces. That one's gonna come through, and as soon as it does, the mere seconds is all it takes for him to finish off that team.
Let's take a look back at that one as well. That's Firebro and Arc they take out. And look at the piece control here, really nicely done with the angles. Standing on that cone as well. Being that much more effective. And even towards the end, starting to take almost 50-50 peaks, right? Not even taking the favorable angle, the favorable edit, but when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And,
2 games in a row.
They definitely are feeling it, Jacob.
2 games in a row here. Thomas and Malibuca change up their plan. From going racetrack to Mega City to the vault, they go racetrack, chase down the first team they see to the weapons cache.
Yeah, and I hope this is change for the good, because last week, when we saw them contested or spawn and things weren't going too well for them, in the games they actually did get to play, they were spectacular. It's like, you give them a chance to play a game, they get top 3, right? And so far today, they've not had problems being contested or spawn, but they're not really making the game count. You know, Mini Miner was talking about some over-aggression for them at times, right? Talking about how it feels like the only button they have on their keyboard is W. And hopefully now they sort of slow the pace down a bit and start thinking and prioritizing actually just being as effective as possible in these games and going for wins.
It's good to see that. When we tune in again with Cammy and Seti, first place team by 10 points. They were on the run. Seti was taken down early due to a sneak attack, but you see, because of the change up of zones, the less chance of actually going to heal off in the end, Cammy just goes deep into the zones where nobody else in theory should be at to try to get Seti back into the game. Meanwhile, the action, almost the center of the map towards Anvil Square, he's just trying to defend the cache, defend all the loot, even though it's not necessarily the loadout which he's trying to defend here. It's all the extra heals as they look to trade shots for Storm Surge.
Yeah. And look, Giras and Shari, they might not be sitting, you know, in the top 10 comfortably right now, but this is a team that, to be able to auto-qualify for Grand Finals, they just had to get around, like, top 45, right? And there's only 50 teams. So, as long as they're doing half decent, they will secure a spot in the grand finals, which they will be very, very happy about. A team that's been a feature in the past couple seasons in that stage.
And that's important because with the changes week after week after week, they're at least now, as long as they can hold on to 45th or better, can try to take a breath of fresh air, take Surge Week off, really set in stone their strategies and how they want to play, and kind of figure out who else is joining their lobby. Gripe and Flixay just trying to scavenge together what's left here towards Mega City. It's going to be a big moment because this is the 4th game. I talked about the halfway point. Depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, especially closing out the day, you're really going to be forced into positions that you wouldn't necessarily put yourself into.
Yeah, and just reading this on the screen, right, including today, only 6 different teams have been in first place on the leaderboards at this season. That, to me, is, like, insane when you're just thinking about, you know, in previous years, in previous seasons in EU, there was a lot more parity in the sense where you really felt like there was 6 or 7 teams that could win. This season, it really feels like there's 4 different names where you're like, probably one of these 4 teams and that's it. We're taking a look at one of them in theory on our screens here, Mustache and... I said Mustache, I always get mixed up nowadays. What's going on? I'm getting old. Malibuka and Thomas, once again on the Rift Island and not contested at it, which means they'll get the pulse rifles for free.
I wouldn't agree with that if the rest of the lobby knows what they can do with those in their hands. But at the same time, you talked about when they do get those, or when they do get that loadout overall, that, you know, there's so much power in their hands, but they got to remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Same with Julian and Zestin. They've been having a few struggles, only 6 points into this time, but you said it yourself, some of these teams just need 40th, they need 45th, they need that top position for others in order to qualify. But for Zestin and Julian, what do they need?
The estimate would be somewhere around where they're at right now, right? Okay. Somewhere in that sort of 25th place, you know, sort of threshold where if they could secure that, it'd be enough to get them to Surge Week. Not to finals, it'd be enough to get them to Surge Week and a chance to make something happen there. Of course, Julian Com in the past gave us one of the best clutches we've seen in competitive history back in the squad days. This on our screens though, Misha, Teeny, oh my goodness, they've just wiped out Malibuka and Thomas and celebrating at the end there. Let's take a look at how this one happened. You see Misha just forcing his way through. It's really Teeny who was putting in the hard yards there. And then Misha at the end, once all was really said and done, just hits the big shot onto Malibuka. Really nicely done from this team.
Yeah, that one-shot potential. I do believe it was them, maybe through Shattered Slabs, if I'm correct. Maybe Brutal Bastion. Definitely no, it wasn't Mega City. Either way, my point goes to show that Malibuka and Thomas, we've seen them in the first 2 games go for the mythic Havoc pump shotguns. The most recent 2 games, they decided not to travel over to any of the vaults to try to gather those. And you're seeing the difference it really makes from that one-shot potential that Misha just showed is there. Kind of fighting, having to fire 2 different shots in which Malibuka and Thomas did have their hands full and kind of gives up a whole amount of loot to somebody else.
I might just stop talking about Malibuka and Thomas because I keep on jinxing them. But come game 4, that means we have a new friend to join us here. We have SBG on the sidelines with an update on Chicho and Trulex.
What's up, boys? So sometimes we see things that are similar to what we've seen in the past, and this is reminiscent of what we've seen from Seti and Cammy during the Invitational, sitting way high up there and chilling in Storm to get all their surge damage. So it's cool to see those parallels between different seasons and different teams, and little fun piece here, don't get the med kit off in time, but don't worry, just gonna box up and get the res. They are safely back in zone, and these guys are looking good this game.
My heart was beating fast. I thought, oh my gosh, you're not going to get the medkit off. But SVG letting us know they are safe and sound. Tasting a Mustache here. I think a lot of people were worried about the start of the day. They were thinking, hold on a minute, what's going to happen with Tayson? His PC wasn't working. He was having problems there. They are finally playing, though, and they've played the past couple games. Last game, we saw them on low ground. Unfortunately, though, Tayson got caught out in the backside. They didn't quite make enough space to be able to frag out how you typically see low ground teams do, and that cost them that game.
I will say over 35 points per game in the ones that they have been playing in. doing a good job of making up for lost time, but ref scarred. He by himself.
Couldn't tell you.
That was fire. Probably maybe taking a break off of this one. They say, hey, we got the VR, we don't need it.
It's funny, right? Because I think he was looking at the rift and like he maybe like wanted to take it. And then like he looks up in the sky at the team that did rift, and it's like they just got absolutely melted by the pulse rifles. And he's like, okay, I'm not gonna take the rift. I'm good. Like,
I'll just go ahead and rotate here on the low ground, you know, realizing what's up. That's the overclock pulse rifles.
Oh man.
See, no matter whose hands they're in, they really pack a punch.
I hope somebody clips that up, because it's like we literally just see them in the sky, just fall out the sky. You see the pulse rifle beams like just flying from the island. Oh my goodness, what a weapon. What a weapon it is. And there is still fighting going on up here. Well, maybe not fighting, but at least Reason and Janice are here. Maybe to try and pick up some spare loot. There is always a bunch of it. Now they can make their way towards safety. I say safety, there are eyes on them.
Makes you wonder what their strategy is, because they were just on top of Rift Island. They could have easily kinetic blade up and over some of these teams and found themselves a nice spot to where the zone is a little bit slower, especially when it does begin to pull, but they went them just above into the mess, outside of the zone, and you can see where half of it hasn't even begun to really present itself. Typically, this is where Mr. Savage and Vidil usually find their luck. But 500 above the damage threshold, you can see they were busy worrying about Storm Surge. So now that we're in 6th zone from here on out, they really only have to focus on where they're going to rotate to. But they know so many teams are still around towards Anvil Square. You know as well as I do, rotate too soon, you become the focus of the lobby. Rotate too late, well, you become gate kept out of the zone.
Yeah, I think the timing they're going for now, though, will be sufficient. And of course, rotating out of that Anvil Square area, that's Mr. Savage's old stomping ground. And he was playing with Airdrop last season. Well familiar with the spot. Zangi and Zara still alive and trying to get back to their winning ways. Gripey and Flixie on the receiving end of that. Even with the SMG, Zangi will just apply some pressure. A lot of the work being done by Zara, though, who does have the AR.
I don't know the heals we have on those guys outside of zone, but hey, they already got themselves the slower side. There's just so much time to wait before that even becomes an inhabitable part of the zone where you're not taking damage as Gripey just becomes the focus of so many teams in the lobby. It was started by Zangi and Zara here. Even though if they don't get the elimination, that's still one less team they have to battle through, as Hedra and Dexy are actually going to be the ones trying to take advantage. They know Gripey's down, and with that res that just came on off, there's no shields on either one of those players. It's like a great chance to really take advantage of. But with so many players already looking in this direction, those third parties are so much of a probability. Dexy's going to feel that one firsthand, forcing out his slurp juice. And no more heals for him to work with later on in the game. Just has 3 big pots. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Definitely not if it comes to a heal off, but that's exactly why he had his eyes set on the prize right in front of him. Smart decision to disengage as well as soon as zone begins to move.
Flixie and Gripey not doing too well on Surge. And so once they get into zone, they're going to have to deal with that. And I think Flixie knows exactly how he wants to do that. And Floki's going to be the one on the receiving end. The knock comes through with that ODM attack. My, oh my, how many times have we seen that one? Clement gets picked up as well. It is Gripey and Flixie's season right now. Look at this. He's like, yep, let me rotate into zone. And let me deal with Storm Surge right now. Why wait? Let's just do it. Oh, wow.
You really saw him just sliding down the mountain, fresh builds towards the low ground. Why not, is what he's really thinking. Make it look easy to try to get into the box, but with Seti and Cammy, their struggles this game with Seti going down very, very early on. They weren't able to worry about Surge like they typically do up to this stage of the game, and that is exactly why you find them 23 below. But they've been in this situation. They're used to that passive style of gameplay. So for them, 23 below isn't too much to worry about, but it's definitely something that is on their mind. Just like that, 181 above. Must have been Seti landing a monster of a shot on somebody around the corner. So many teams stacked up. It's 4 in just this one mountaintop. and has to rotate to a zone that hasn't even presented itself yet.
We'll have to start making their move to zone. Tried to stretch cones to make sure that team above them didn't shoot and couldn't successfully do that and getting punished for not doing so. Seti having to stop there for a moment. He waits to get in and now we'll regroup with Kami. We'll actually try to get in a bit ahead of Kami. Kami will have to regroup with him. It won't be too hard for him. Just runs up the hill a bit.
You see that when it comes to Storm Surge, it doesn't really look like they're worried at any stage. They know just one shot, whether it's a full spread from a Havoc or just a red eye that goes astray, is going to be enough to put them above as Queasy and Vino. High ground is going to be theirs for now. It's not this tower into the sky that you're used to seeing, but it's definitely the start of what their game plan is.
I like what I see, and pressuring Zara and Zangi will be important because Zara and Zangi will definitely look to try and take it from them. Kami has fallen, and so it's another game where Seti's going to have to try solo clutch this one out. He does have quite the rotation to make, especially with only having 2 charges in his kinetic blade. It's going to be a difficult one to handle. Has such a long distance to go for this first move in zone. It's not going to be enough to Katana alone. He's going to have to take some breaks and maybe even run across low ground a bit. Flixie and Grappy as well on their way to zone. They've paused here for a moment at the front side as they wait for the zone to catch up. Asa with a big couple of shots. And now he has Slove to support him. Needs to take a second to heal though.
That was Chicho on the other side of that wall. He loses True Lex along the way. Seti knows those struggles. He's getting mushed down to the low ground, even having to stagger to the outside of zone. That's Gripe and Flixe doing the same thing. Seti feeling like he has no other choice. Medmist is going to pop, thinking, hey, I can outstay my welcome here. As long as I have more heals, but Gripsy and Flixie on the other side, they even have more heals, making Seti being one of the first players to go. Medmist not really being used to his most effective because a lot of that storm damage did come in place. He's only going to get 55 effective shield and HP to his name.
So risky. But up above, it's exactly what I was saying. It was so imperative that Vino and Queasy pressured Zangi and Zara because they would be the ones to try contest it. Unfortunately for them, they will be successful in that battle. They have high ground right now. Seti has fallen, and Forson's fallen as well. Flixie landing right in his box and connecting with a massive pump shot just to keep them in the game, just to keep them moving. That refresh is going to allow them to keep topping out the rest of their match.
You can see that the splashes, he had more than enough. He was able to make it towards that heal off at the end. Combat and Arcthor, they're trying to do the same thing, but heal off isn't necessarily going to be their strong suit because a lot of their heals are being forced out right now. Tayson and Thomas, no eliminations to their name. Missing game 1, missing Merstache as he gets caught just 1 box behind. This is Fortnite. You fall behind your teammate. Those are the decisions that come to bite you in the very end. But Tayson, one of the best players in the world right now, he can do it.
He's run out of mats, but the zone pulls back. It gives him a bit more breathing room, a bit more time to plan, a bit more time to think. Vortex and Japco, though, we have the mythic shotguns, and they're showing us what they can do with it. A kinetic blade there that they'll pick up, and it's Tayson that they've taken out. And now their endgame continues. Paburingo and Bevies, they're on the front side of the zone. They're just trying to claim space. Make sure that they have safety, they have security, but with just wood left in the tank, you've got to think Bevies has either got to bring in Matt soon or they've got to start fighting for them.
Yeah, they're one of the teams that need a big weekend as well. They missed out on that opportunity last week, so now it's all on the line. Teeny and Nisha, they have that comfortable position on the high ground. They have all that mythic loot as well, so many different variations as Veno is just trying to do enough to contest, dropping them down right into their hands. That could be the recipe for success as well, because if anybody has splashes, it is Veno. He might even be one of the only ones.
This is so good for Veno. Chopped them on height as well, so they couldn't look down on him. They just had to focus on keeping a hold of it. And now he's moving around. Needs to be careful though. Just wood is going to trickle away very, very fast. Dropping down in between builds that aren't his. Needs to be careful of every single angle. He does not own these edits. Zangi's finally fallen. Gold doesn't have anchor with him, and so he's now lurking in the backside. He has the slurp to play with, and needs to hit a shot like that. You can't afford to miss it. Finally, will connect onto Artur. Can he play for the finish?
He might have to try and abandon that one. At least the Siphon's going to come through eventually for gold, and it might come through at the right time as Vortex not having that same possibility. Arthur's going to go down. It's all going to be shields. He's rented, but he makes a play. Back to back. Gold goes down. Vortex trying to stay alive. That's his 6th elimination of the game. Zone continuing to pull forward, hasn't closed just yet, and neither has anybody's opportunities. As all this chaos goes through, we're barely getting into the top 4 as Vortex has a solo. These are huge points for him and Japko at this stage in the game. Even find 2 more eliminations in the past couple of seconds.
He's trying not to take any more ticks, but he's run out. He has no heals. He needs to connect with some shots. Will anybody present the opportunity in front of him? He's desperately searching. He's giving up hope. There's nobody there. Bevies is still alive, but he knows he has no heal-off potential. And so it's the Buell way in the zone, looking for something, anything, to keep his heal-off alive. Misha's doing the same exact thing. Both of them with the same amount of heals, 2 chug splashes, just a slurp, and he's found the flopper. He's found the flopper. The Buell, he must have it. Surely, Misha, will he find anything? I doubt it. The med miss comes through as well. And there's another one on the ground for the Buell. He has all the heals in the lobby, anything he could possibly ask for. And Misha's gonna try bandage to stay alive, but it's gonna be done. It's gonna be over. I think so, at least. Wait, Storm Sickness. No, for a moment, I thought the Buell was gonna go down to Storm Sickness, but literally half a second away, and he barely survives with the win.
I know I got my ticket because that was a roller coaster of emotions. If you can see Levin standing next to me, every single heal that he found was just scraping through left, right, and center. And you can look at him right now. He was saving that fire pit to the very end. Storm Sickness go ahead and ticks in, and he barely survives with 10 HP.
I can't lie, the Buell far more composed than me, because if I was him, I would have just chunked down on the flop. I would have been like, ooh, flopper, I'm gonna eat that now. It's so good he saved that, because if not, Storm Sickness would have had him. And it's looking like what we saw last week. Even when a player has most of the heals, it's not over if Storm Sickness is a factor. But fortunately for them, they were able to win the game.
Yeah, and another team coming out on top, even with our few competitors that need a big day, going down early. Pablo, Wingu, and Bevies, though, lasting to the very end. They're one of the teams that need a big day on the day, but where do they land on the leaderboard? We got Zeke and another crew of analysts to break it all down.
Thank y'all so much. Very quickly, let me introduce Vivid, who's joining us now. Will be with us for the last set of games here. My gosh, we kind of fall back into the seat of heal-offs that we've kind of been seeing for the last little bit here, last few weeks. But again, as the casters pointed out, there is a method. There is a kind of hierarchy of heals that you need to kind of make sure you're following and abiding by. So it's well executed by the Buell.
Yeah, Zeke, let's break this down, right? Those first 3 games were very, very refreshing in terms of this FNCS as a whole. We've seen so many heal-offs, but those were like going down to just battles, going for refreshes out the end games, and that's primarily because of the removal of the game time augment and then changes to those 8th and 9th and 12th zones. But that game, the reason why it was so different, the reason why a lot of these teams had so many resources towards the end game, there was no 64-player threshold Storm Surge. So many teams were able to just kind of bypass some of those early zones very, very easily and didn't have to fight during that time.
And that's the thing, is that when you're not having to be so dependent on finding that Storm Surge damage to worry about those damage thresholds, you can just prioritize that positioning yet again and then find those instances like we saw for Dead Buell, taking the time to be calm, collected, composed, and make sure that he resorts to those heals. And as far as leaderboards are concerned, definitely a big win to help them jump a few places.
Yeah, absolutely. We take a look. Gripey, Flixay, they decide, you know what? Why don't we just go ahead and take over Seti and Cammy's position here? First place will come our way. And my, oh my, that is quite a lead that they have developed. These guys have been extremely active in these last couple of games. So it's cool to see like a duo fighting back.
Yeah, 100%. You can see right here them prioritizing that low ground position. And the reason why this is so good, right, is they're able to actually get under this duo and apply so much pressure. There's also pressure coming in from other angles. It is so hard to build in Fortnite when all of that pressure is coming in. So shout out to them to kind of have that awareness to look for those opportune moments, just getting refreshes at every single point of this end game.
And it's the way that they're also choosing to challenge, right? You never see them going one after the other. No, it's always a simultaneous movement. And I think that that kind of synergy between these two is what's really helped them just perform so well throughout these moving zone aspects. And they can be super dependent on each other because they just know, I've got you right next to me.
Yeah, 100%. Also, shout out to them, right? Prioritizing that front of the moving zone, being able to create even more opportunities for themselves, but then kind of just holding down that position and waiting for the Storm to actually catch up and then just staggering themselves again. Very minimal amount of resources actually being used by that duo in that end game.
Yeah, for sure. And as we continue to look along, Merstash, Tayson had a couple of key moments here in this game.
Had some key moments throughout the day, right? We weren't even sure if they were going to be playing, missing in game number 1. But, I mean, missing one game and still finding yourselves in the top 10, that's impressive.
Yeah, and not only that, but it's also the fact that this is a team that's basically solidified themselves for grand finals as is. So everything else is kind of just the cherry on top. Watching them continue to just find that adaptation where we don't care if there's going to be these frequent zone alterations week to week. It just seems as though Merstash and Tayson have more than enough experience and more than enough trust in each other as a duo that even if one is left in a solo situation like what we've seen for every single game just about today, they're still managing to make it work.
Yeah, and I think for me, we're seeing a lot of these duos kind of be proactive, right? Especially in their Storm Surge acquisition, one could say.
Yeah.
But on top of that, how they're looking to set themselves up for success, right? Especially this being the final week to try and make those crucial series point leaderboard points.
Yeah, Storm Surge, of course, being one of the biggest components of Fortnite. And let me tell you, our tour, they did a good job this game of making sure they were set up for Storm Surge.
Yeah, have to appreciate Convic and Artur hanging out over at the Hall of Whispers. And you could see a quick example of Artur actually trying to help out alongside Convic, but it was Convic who took the priority here, clearing out the map, making sure that they had that high visibility so that they continue to find those Storm Surge damage tags throughout. But it was Convic, I think, who took the main priority aspect of actually looking for the damage. Meanwhile, Artur, all he has is ODM gear and a plethora of heals.
Yeah, 100%. Using that mobility to actually go ahead and gather more heals so that way they can sit up here in this base and just kind of trade some of these Storm Surge tags. Very, very smart. Of course, we already talked about it. There was actually no 64-player threshold right here, but still, I love the fact that these strategies are kind of being implemented into this. And then, you know, he picks back up the weapons that he actually needs for this game from that hollow chest and the building underneath of them.
That's wild. It's like a drive-by heal. You know, you got one duo mate just like sending shots out. One guy's like, I'll be right back. Here we go. This is going to be helpful for later. You love to see it. Man, we only have a couple more games here left to go. Maybe you've kind of had time in the back. You've been formulating. You've been spotting. What should we expect going into the last 2 games? Because remember, this is the last chance. 2 more games. It's either Grands, Surge Week, or it's done.
So my answer is going to change after watching that game. If you asked me this after the first 3 games, I was going to listen. Duos need to find refreshes throughout those moving zones, right? Because those zone changes that actually came in this week put a lot more pressure on their resources. But because of that game right there, that lack of that 64-player threshold, which is so huge when it comes to Storm Surge, I think that we're going to see more of those, like, you know, passive early games.
Okay, all right. I like it. Let's see if that comes to fruition because Game 5 is ready to go. You have to make something happen right here, right now. If you're not going to Surge Week, rather. I'm stumbling on my words. I'm scared. You know, let's just go to game. We'll catch up in a minute. Game 5, right now.
Game 5 is on the way, the penultimate game, one of the last chances these players are going to get to secure a spot in Surge Week or the Grand Finals. We've already had so much action today from all different teams. I think the leaderboard is all over the place, Jacob. We're going to hop right in.
Yep, hopping right in because the Battle Bus is ready for game number 5 and pushing closer and closer to the brink for some of these teams that need that pop-off moment to secure their spot in the Grand, secure their spot in Surge Week, or else they're gonna be waiting on the sidelines along with us. And if you guys are just tuning in, where have you guys been throughout the first 4 games of the day? We've seen fantastic plays left, right, and center, but I'm glad for you guys to join us for our remainder 2 of the day as Misha and Teeny, one of those teams that we have our eye on throughout the day, just not able to really get the shots to get the knock, but at least they're getting themselves an early start when it comes to Storm Surge.
Yeah, there's Julian come off spawn against Assar. And Slove. I don't think he has anything to really contest them. Wait, I'm wrong. He does have that shotgun in hand. And he does hit the shots.
Oh, wow.
To win the fight. Slove comes in and wins the 1v2. Let's take a look at that again. Had the shotgun in hand. 1 pump there. 1 pump here. And then closes it out. Nicely done.
That's what we're just looking along. How do I help? What do I do?
Don't need to help.
I got it. Don't even worry. Hizix, Dundays, same thing. Luckily for them, they fight for this ODM chest that spawns over here. We talked about like Slappy Shores and the scarcity when it comes to finding either a Kinetic Blade or ODM. This side of the map, has its same issues. You can kind of add in the fact that there's not much metal that can be found here either. Trulex and Chicho over towards Mega City. Not too many people can test them over on that side. For Chow and Kefi end up in an exchange here. It looks like it could be a 2v1 opportunity. They already got that first elimination, so they're just trying to finish off this fight, which they do in no time. Timing is of the essence in a lot of these early game skirmishes. This is kind of like the name of the game, like very, very early on. With it being our fifth game, a lot of these teams are realizing the risk, what's really at stake of taking a fight too early on in the game before you have mass, before you have resources, before you're set up to take a possibly even prolonged exchange.
Yeah, of course, saying camera on our screens here, the second place team so far today with a chance to win again. I mean, they won 2 out of the 3 rounds of these qualifiers. And for a team that I've had my doubts about over the past couple of months, sort of during 2023 as a whole, it's good to see them finally start to get some momentum. Seti tweeted out that he was going to be announcing a new org soon. Get your predictions into which one it's going to be. But things are certainly on the up for them, and if they can win again here today, that would be perfect momentum for them going into the grand final.
This is usually how a lot of Andalex and Deox versus Zara and Zangi does begin in this game, but great shots from Andalex, keeping the head down. This is not going to be enough as Deox just goes in, loses a huge 1v1 against Zangi, which puts Andalex on the back foot. A couple of those first shots coming in from Zara, just trying to give him no options really to work with as Zangi closed the distance. First with the ODM, and there goes the second shot. I do like what Andalex did try to do, though. You can fight back while it's a 1v1 instead of wasting all that time, playing defensively, and letting it become a true 2v1.
What do we have here? Golds in the midst of a fight. Oh, wow. Okay, hitting hard. That's Synod and Irizumi that get cut out.
But it's no worries for Synod and Irizumi. You talked about them being one of the few teams here that has made every single weekly finals, which means they got their position secured when it comes to the major. From one fight to the next, Misha and Tini piling it on, trying to take the high ground, and you're seeing what that could do, but a trade in shots going to force Misha on the back foot, force out some heals. The 2v1 still going down, and that's going to be Tini who's able to take the first one. Giving Logstage in a very, very bad position with his back up against the wall. Life getting taken away step by step, being forced down to the ultimate low ground, and this is where his show comes to an end. It's only a matter of time when you end up in a 2v1 against very, very hungry players like this.
Yeah, and Tini so antagonizing there as well. Making sure that they really feel that one as they get sent back to the lobby. Mark and Ricky now. A team who has had their ups and downs today. We've seen them on the receiving end of some fights at times where it hasn't quite gone their way. The Savage, oh wow, the Savage going down to his roots here with this outfit. I feel like I'm watching Chapter 1 VOD right now. Can he start hitting the shot? So he's pushing on to, again, a team who everybody thought was going to give them some problems in Lazarek. And Lazarek is just running away. He does not want to fight right now with such low HP. Savage very, very eager to take him out. And final shot connecting there to knock him down.
His teammate just got to the other side of that mountain. I got to imagine Vidil called this one out, or at least the direction in what he went into. This is Mr. Savage showing what he really thinks about the competition.
Oh, look at him. He's chucking him around.
Almost
Mikey.
rightfully so, though. The Mr. Savage, way he's been playing.
Mike, you can't let him do that to your teammate, man. You got to run into the box and get revenge. Like, personally, I would not let that slide. Like, I just would not let that slide.
Ooh. They need Janice and Reason. Need a 10th place finish to assure themselves a spot in the grand finals. You see them at 88 points. Right now, the 10th place threshold is at 125 points. So it's very, very important that Janice and Reason perform above and beyond the standard of games that they've been playing so far. And luckily for them, though, over towards this first zone, they did get it pull a little bit in their direction. You see it towards the outskirts of Slappy Shores, but it's going to continue to converge everybody closer and closer in to the center of that circle.
Yeah, they have to have a massive, massive last couple of games, right? You only have this one and the next one to push into the top 10. Because that duo going to surgery, again, I'd be confident in their ability to make it through, but just don't want to have to see them there. Tasting the mustache. Always find so much control in this Slappy Shores area. They've got Surge down to a T for the most part. It really feels like. Mustache has gotten himself into a bit of a fight. Needs to be careful. Tayson now looking in this actually against Janice and Reason. They're fighting for this cash. And it looks like Janice and Reason are going to be the ones to claim it. So Tayson and Mustache will have to go somewhere else if they want some mythic slurps. Of course, the good thing is, right, they won't be too upset just because it's like, there are some teams where if you lose out on your cash, it's like a wraps for you, right?
Yeah.
If you're Queasy Vina, you don't get your cash, you have like not much metal, right, to really work with. They really rely on that a lot of the time, especially their timing. There's a couple other spots like that on the map. Fortunately, Slappy Shores has like the best metal on the map, so Tayson will still be maxed out. Misha though in the fight for it. Against Chawa. Kefi. Who is going to push who off of it? You see Misha just aggressively smacking onto walls, trying to get into boxes just to force them away. And they pushed them off it quite well and pushed them out of the lobby completely. Teeny going massive in that fight.
That's the second team they've wiped off here in game number 5 so far. As they continue to ramp up their aggression. Thing can be said about Thomas and Malibuca. Trying to push everybody off of their racetrack, kind of claim it as their own. Including Mr. Savage, who only gets knocked down. You can imagine, you can even guess that that lonely player over towards the racetrack might be Vidil, and he might be trying to think about, how do I get Mr. Savage back into this game? How long do I wait? Is it worth it? So many questions.
That's the thing though, right? Those are two of the strongest teams in the lobby, and they both end up sharing a cash with each other. That is so, so tough, right? If you get a cash, you're happy, you're like, oh yes, we get to go get our cash, let's get the loot. And it's like, yeah, now you got to fight Malibuca and Thomas. It's like, oh, come on, give us a break. Like, give us anybody else in the lobby to share a cash with, not them, please.
When you roll the dice and it doesn't hit the numbers that you're looking for, is the deal. Praying Malibuca just doesn't turn around. You can even see what he has in his hand. He's going for the shots worth it. Decides again, says Thomas is there on the other side. He has to be very, very careful when he actually chooses to sprint and give up any of this audio, because at a moment's notice, could be caught up by Thomas. And it even looks like they're still trying to capture and take control of that whole weapons cache, as Vidil's just trying to sneak the card at the very minimum. While other people are looking for loot, he's just looking for Mr. Savage.
He's gonna run in. He's gonna run in. He knows it's just a 1v1. He can actually just get the loot as well, and maybe even get out.
What a daring play. A daring play. Will it work out for them? Only time will tell. But Thomas and Malibuca have something different on their mind, as Malibuca, he actually takes a huge shot. This is a great chance for Vidil to try to fight back, but the numbers game is just too much from a team this big.
I thought he was gonna try and take the 1v1 as Thomas was distracted taking the cash, but Malibuca quickly caught up. That's very unfortunate for that duo. Again, it's a roll of the dice, right? Which team you end up fighting for your cash, and sometimes you get put against one of the better teams. Hellfire Red Squad only need to place top 41 today to assure themselves a spot in the grand finals. And so they are well on their way to making sure that that happens. An impressive win earlier today, but they haven't had the same win conditions since then, right? They've not had the pulse rifles and the mythic shotgun. And so there's been no win for them. If they can get those circumstances again, maybe in the next game, maybe we can see them top those standings. Floki and Clement.
Well, Floki and Clement are going to be one of the teams that need a big moment on the day, and they only have 2 games left to do it. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to SBG so we give an update of how their game is looking.
I know you guys got a lot, so let me break it down for you. Floki and Clement are pretty much trying to qualify in a single week. After failing to reach the finals the past 2 weeks, they need to make it happen here this week. They need 27th or better to qualify to Surge Week next week, and right now they're looking good. They both have a ton in their loadouts and have ODM gears for those rotates.
And that's 27 just to make Surge, not even a chance to also qualify for the grand finals. They really have to start to make sure that these final 2 games close out well. And like SPG highlighted, the setup is definitely there for them when it comes to what they have available. But we have seen them in previous games where things look good for them. Bam, Gripey and Flixie ODMing into your box, taken out of the game, don't really get a chance to get many points. This time round though, with the way Gripey and Flixie are looking, it might not be their biggest worry. Gripey and Flixie need to just focus on staying alive themselves. But again, they have to be alert the whole game, Floki and Clement, if they have a chance to hold on to their position.
They'll have to go against Malibuca and Thomas, who are trying to be the gatekeepers on the other side, forcing them around, forcing them to spend much more time than they'd hope in the zone. And if it's not Malibuca and if it's not Thomas, it's Trulex and Chicho on the other side. Even if they make it past them, they have to go through Titan after Titan after Titan in order to find any bit of safety here in this position. So that can mean with Grippy and Flixie possibly going down, first place could be up for grabs. And that is about a 28-point lead for Gripe and Flixie.
It's almost a Malibuca. Anytime they're around these kind of teams, I always just fear for the teams nearby. Vino and Queasy, not as aggressive in the mid-game as some of their other top counterparts. And they've been a bit quiet today at times. Certainly making their presence known in endgames, but we'll see if they can finish out the day with a bang. Another victory royale, something to shoot them back into the top 3. I believe they've come top 3 like every week, right?
I do believe so.
Yeah, so hopefully they can keep the streak going.
If anybody can, it is going to be them, especially where we saw Gripe and Flixie at moments ago. Getting held outside of the zone. That's the team in first place, and this could be the game and the time to kind of make up for it. 130 points for Tayson and Murstache. Before this game started, they were sitting in that top 7th, in 7th place overall, but so many teams closing in on the distance. This could be an opportunity for them to try to find more eliminations. They're one of the first teams here, trying to be sneaky at the edge of zone. But there's 4 teams overall stuck at this small little building with the jump pad kind of blocked off while it's ready. So there's going to be no escape plan if you don't have any bit of rotation already in your loadout. Golden Anchor, same thing, 878 above the damage threshold. You see them rotating close by where a lot of the players were already being storm held out, but with 30 seconds left till this zone closes, everybody's beginning to kind of make their rotation in towards this game. Refsguard finally going down on the other side, leaving Hellfire by himself. That's Trulex and Chicho who find him slipping and land another good shot to try to take him down, fighting into the zone. Right now, a lot of the heals are going to be expelled if they do want to stay alive, but for Trulex and Chicho, they have the choice. They continue to hide, hold on to this position, stay in this fight, or they can try to disengage. Choice is definitely theirs, and their opponent on the other side, Hellfire, really has no say in the matter.
Yeah, they're just going to use their heals right now, stay in the zone for a moment. Again, most of the teams now at this stage in the season aren't as worried about heal or some storm sickness. We know it can still come into play, but their priority right now is just stay alive in the game, and Hellfire might give them the opening to do so, and do so swiftly. Just blocking himself quickly there. And yeah, now Trulex saying, look, I'm going to just pop this stuff. I don't want to risk it. Oh, wow. Okay, Hellfire. A large chunk of damage taken out from behind. You've got to think he's eventually going to fall, but the problem now is that there are players in the zone, Jacob, who are looking at this direction, who know these guys have to rotate in.
Yeah, I just hope they have a kinetic blade, because trying to rotate with that ODM gear with half the lobby looking at you is going to be tough. Slovene, so they have their own Bit of toughness that they're trying to battle through. A team right next to them trying to make them a focus. Another one towards the north. And while all that action's going down, you see somebody trying to make that easy rotation past Anvil Square. And with Zone pushing in, trying to hope and pray, and everybody at this stage of the game is forced to rotate as well. They did more than enough when it comes towards that Storm Surge damage. So they only have to really focus on the rotation, while other teams might not be able to say the same thing. One of them is going to be Vortex and Yapko here, are not only fighting for their position and an opportunity to rotate to the zone, but for Storm Surge.
The good thing is, right, is that they're very close to zone and they have their eyes on a team that they can capitalize on, and so will they just look to jump right into them? At least that looks like a play that could be made. And Jeff actually looking to go up on the hill instead and maybe use this position to take tags at people, ramping up towards a height position. And this will give them the line of sight. This will give them the vision to get some tags, deal some damage. The problem is, though, is that if those chances aren't presented to them, they're going to run through their heels.
Yeah, this is a stack part of the zone. Even
yeah.
Everybody's already boxed up. Yakko's trying to take advantage of nobody really peeking and through, so he's thinking the third party possibility's not going to be there. He drops into the box. A huge shot's going to be landed, but not big enough, as Vortex, left as a solo, gets boxed up, fighting his way out, doing everything that he can, found some separation, a breath of fresh air, even a moment to stay above the damage threshold as Storm Surge turns off overall, but the damage for him and his team has been done.
But they've done damage to Floki and Clement themselves. You saw it right there. Floki goes down. They both trade a player on each side. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Floki and Clement, they might just be an ODM magnet. We saw it last game. We see it again here as well, where a team spots them. A team desperately needs to deal damage for Storm Surge. And the team they decide to ODM gear is Floki and Clement. These guys cannot catch a break right now.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments where it's like, why us every single time? And I know SBG kind of broke it down, but they're one of the teams needing a top 25 finish on the day. As we were talking about it, they're currently sitting in 12th place, so they're inside of that bubble. But with him going down here in Game 5, it's more than enough time for things to slip out of control.
City and Cammy positioned in that zone, in a spot where they can hold some of the players who need to make their way on in. We saw them get split apart last game. Seti had to play solo a substantial amount of time, and now a chance to make amends for that. Vino and Queasy. I said I wanted to see them ramp things up in the last couple games as they make a push into the top 3. There certainly is a chance for them to do that. Vino unfortunately has to pop his slurp, and so that will mean they are running low on sort of the heels. Oh dear, Thomas is right above him. I believe Manabuka fell a couple moments ago, so that is a solo player in Thomas. And hey, maybe they realize that and decide they want to try and catch him out before they make their rotation to zone. Vino certainly does hear him above.
It looks like that's what they have on their mind. With zone pulling far. This is one of those newer zones that we're talking about. Typically was 75 meters. It jumped to 150, double the distance. And if you got the farthest end of the zone, like Thomas and Queasy and Vino and all these teams over on this side, that's a 200-meter journey that you have to close the distance on. And for Thomas, there's so many sharks in the water waiting to bite.
Yeah, Thomas will definitely have a tough task. I think the best timing for him to Katana will be when everybody else starts doing it, right? He hears Vino and Queasy go. Now he's going to almost mirror their Katana and try to follow their path. If you guys go down, I go down, right? We all in this together. Flixie and Gripey, though, moving their way towards the zone. That ODM gear is so efficient in doing so, but as the zone starts to close, it's going to get more and more difficult for Flixie to make plays with it.
Oh, wow. As you say that, that might have been the sign that they were looking for. Difficult? Nah, not us, as they found Ronity. He's going to go down, but under pressure from all angles. Flixie, he's going to get dropped. Gripey as well. And they just go down inside of that top 25. They barely got any points for their efforts in terms of placements, which means the door's wide open for everybody else to take away.
Yeah, and you can see Jason and Mustache there having such a jolly time. They take down Thomas HD. And that is not the first time they've done that. We saw them do that countless times last season when they won their FNCS championship. And now doing it here again in their journey to the next final. They'll get some of the loot from that as well. The mats will cap them off. Look at Tayson. 555, 150 builds. It is so nice. But this is how Vino went down. I did see them go down in the feed. Queasy went down as well. And it's Teeny who did that damage. 7 limbs for Teeny in this game.
Yeah, another one of those zones that we're talking about goes from 75 to 120 meters, and on the far end where we saw Teeny begin his journey from, it's 150, which shows the impact of these kinetic blades on these new moving zones, forcing everybody to expend everything just to get there. As Reason and Janice, they need a very big game in number 5 to put themselves into that sweet spot in our final game of the day. So going down now is not going to be an option for them.
Yeah, and you can see Janice just trying to rotate around that left side of the zone. There wasn't many players there. There was definitely space for them. Asa's lost Slove, but he does still have a slurp, and he will have his HP tick away slowly, but needs to be careful. There are players holding him, and he needs to just creep his way on in. The builds are running so low, and now we can't even ODM, getting chopped out again.
Every opportunity just getting pulled out from underneath his feet. But now he got blessed with a few seconds to try to stabilize himself, pop that slurp juice. Gosh and Kyrie's gonna get towards that front side of zone, go ahead and sacrifice some HP as they try to hold on to their position. Vortex, 2 eliminations so far. A very impactful player by himself. Can he continue this momentum?
Yeah, just making sure to get to the front of the zone before using those heals. And then now he'll patiently wait for things to catch up before moving once again. Teeny on the other side of things. He's looking in the back of the zone for anybody that will give him a chance. He's on a roll right now, 7 limbs. We know he's hitting the shots, but he needs somebody to allow him to do it again. Oh dear, that augment almost catches him out. Gliding in the sky like that is so dangerous when the zone's so small. But he barely stays alive, but the pulse rifles from above, he needs to get out of the way. When pulse rifles are looking at you, it's never a good look. Janice now running into the zone because Reason's down.
This is it, 108 points. He has the heals, but a fight right in front of him. He might need that refresh for the Siphon to try to stay alive. Arthur on the other side. Janice is gonna find it, but his splash is gonna be used, but he gets granted the slurp juice for his efforts, but the timing here has to be perfect. Is he gonna get the chance? Only one more tick, and he survives with 5 HP, but I might have cursed him because Mustache finishes the job.
Tayson and Mustache were waiting in the wings for him to get back inside. Seti and Cammy, they're now ramping up towards height. It's Fire Bro and Artists who are out there. They're the ones with the pulse rifles. They're the ones causing all the havoc, but they're the ones with no builds now. They desperately need to find a refresh. They might decide to just take out anybody who goes for height. Teeny is the one that gives it to them. Mustache and Tayson now down on low ground. We saw them here before. The reason they went down, they didn't make enough space. Can they now re-amend, readjust, and win this game?
They found some impactful eliminations, but not enough heals or materials to keep themselves going. Same can be said for Seti. He only has 6 builds to his name, but when it comes to the heals, they have splashes, they have the men miss, and they're using them for both of them to try to keep themselves alive as a duo to the very end, even picking shots at players flying through the sky, trying to get to their heals that they left to the backside of zone. And this is Seti's Cammy to strike. They're trying to take the high ground. This could be a moment that defines their game.
This is such an interesting play from Seti and Cammy. Rarely do we see teams go into the back of the zone to chop. We usually see teams do it from the front side. And so now it's Seti healing in the zone and not enough HP to finally survive those ticks. It's Tayson and Mustache though alive. The low ground warriors, the low ground kings in this lobby, clearing out everybody that falls to their layer. And now a chance to heal off, win things out. Tayson though wants to win this fight, doesn't have enough HP, will fall. Mustache though knows he has to get the business done. He's up against Fire Bro, and it's only a matter of seconds that will go between them two. Fire Bro has no heals, Mustache has it all. You've got to think it's gonna be that. Fire Bro looking to try use the pulse rifle to get in, but it's not gonna be enough. Mustache and Tayson finally pick up a game.
Who would have ever thought before this, the day started, Tayson's wandering around my PC, my technical issues, what's going wrong? Missed game number 1. Now for them, what is going right? Absolutely everything. 1 game missed, and it doesn't even look like it in terms of the leaderboard.
This has been a reminder of why they are the FNCS champions. They are the ones that hold that pickaxe. They have just been dominating on low ground. Look at Mustache here. Some of the shots he's hitting, unreal. It's a reason why many people believe he is the best fragger in these moments, especially when it comes to low ground and mid ground layers. A brilliant game from that team, and low ground has been just such a recipe for success for them in these games today. We talked about how in one of the previous games they tried to play it. Tayson went down. This time though, no. Clean, simple, and they win the game.
And I was looking at those points. Gripe and Flixe going into this game at 190 points in first place. They went down just shy of that placement threshold, which opens the door for a team like Tayson and Merstash. Did they do enough to take that top spot? Well, Zeke, analysts, let me know.
Man, stress is beginning to set in. First off, congratulations, Tayson and Merstash pulling off a victory royale here in game number 5. They've set the tone going into game number 6, which is stress.
I love Fortnite because there is so much going on in these end games on each and every layer of those moving zones. Tayson and Merstash are just down on the lower ground, claiming that front side of every single moving zone, claiming so much space and builds to make sure they have the edits to find the refreshes necessary to keep their game going.
But Merstash, in particular, notorious, I think, for being a low ground connoisseur. And he's basically on his home turf whenever he's playing these ultimate low ground layers. It just doesn't seem as though anyone is actually able to effectively challenge him. And despite the fact that he could have even looked to close this out with the 1v1 challenge, he recognizes the fact that, hey, why not just collect the victory royale? Why not just guarantee our success?
Yeah, 100%. The duo cohesion right there as well. I saw Merstash, Tayson both looking back. They're always looking back towards the storm to find some eliminations. But as soon as the elimination is found, Tayson has the intuition to just immediately tarp ahead and let Merstash find those resources that they need. He gets the loot, then he catches up to Tayson, who's already claiming all of that space.
Wild. Now, friends, let's do this. Let's take a look at our standings. Ooh. Remember, one game left to go here in EU. Currently at the top, no surprise, Seti and Cammy. And a point I'd like to kind of throw out as we kind of set ourselves up for this final game. This top 10, many of these guys are already in grand finals.
Yeah.
So they're looking to gatekeep those who are desperately trying to either make that grand finals or even trying to jump into Surge Week. This top 10 is saying, hold on, you're going to work for it. You're going to earn yourself that spot if you hope to make it that far. Let's look now. Merstash and Tayson after the game, they're going to jump up those 6 places, right? This is so good for them. Now, they're already in grand finals, but again, now the game changes. Now we look to gatekeep everybody else.
Yeah, but you know who's missing from this top 10, and we're heading into our last match of the day, but it's Giannis and Reason, and they are a duo that needs a top 10 performance here today if they want to auto-qual to grand finals. Granted, they still have an opportunity to try and take their chances with Surge Week, but by the looks of things, Vivid, there's going to be a ton of heavy hitters in Surge Week, and so finding that opportunity to go straight to grands is really what matters most.
Yeah, 100%. As you can see right here, Giannis and Reason, the duo in question, finding themselves at 16th position, around 30 to 40 points behind that top 10 threshold. So they're going to have a huge game number 6 to make sure we find them in the grand finals, at least guaranteed. Like we mentioned, still have that Surge Week possibility. But I mean, the low ground has kind of been the name of the game for them so far. And the fact that Giannis is already a solo at this point in the game is a little worrying. Or is it, right? Look at the solo impact that he can have. Absolutely incredible stuff.
But we see him trying to utilize the med miss and find that last second opportunity. Yeah, it would have been awesome if Merstash and Tayson hadn't been able to intervene. But on that same note, we are seeing, I think, a lot of these duos and solos, whenever they're in those solo circumstances, they're more willing to utilize a lot of these heals, a lot of their healing resources while they're making these rotations through 7th and 8th zone because they know they have so much ground to cover. That gives them a lot more vulnerability in terms of being able to eat damage in the process. So by utilizing those slurp juices early on, they might not have them for the last few zones, but they'll definitely be a little bit safer.
They're making it there.
Yeah.
They're making it. Speaking of another duo who is making it, 15th, Refsguard, Hellfire. We talked to Refsguard at the very beginning of the show, and we know they have to perform well if they want to keep the FNCS dream alive. Right now, it's looking good, but as we see, they've dropped down the 5 placements, right? So the job is still not done. This game, they have to come in clutch.
Yeah, I think they're chilling. I think their series points are already pretty much locked, and I think we're going to go ahead and see them in grand finals.
Something pretty crazy would have to happen with the entirety of the lobby for them to get shoved all the way down below that 40th position threshold. But either way, you don't want to count your eggs before they've hatched, right? And as far as Refsguard and Hellfire are concerned, I think it's just a matter of enforcing the consistency that they are able to perform regardless of circumstances.
What about Pablo Ingo? Bevies. These guys, this could be it.
Yeah, another team that was kind of looking at some of those thresholds, right? Needed to make sure that they found themselves within the top 90 for Surge Week. Not sure what the 100% the prediction. I do know they needed to come into finals today and perform. And I think 18th seems pretty good if I remember correctly. But again, you never want to count your eggs too soon.
I'm telling you, Fortnite has a fun way of just changing things up, shaking up things. We only have one game left to go. And I just got to get your guys' thoughts with one game left. The pressure's on. You guys both come from competitive backgrounds. How do we find that calm in the storm to make sure we do what we need to do to find ourselves where we need to be?
Game 6 is actually going to be about adaptability, right? We've seen games 4 and 5 kind of have very, very passive mid games when it came down to Storm Surge, right? Which was not the story for pretty much any of the other weekly games. So these duos have to be able to adapt, especially if you need to gain some points on the leaderboard. And for example, that game alone, we didn't even have a high ground team during zone number 8 rotate. Funny enough, Artist just kind of looked up and was like, oh, listen, I'm going up for that. So got to be aware of some of these positions that you can take advantage of as well coming into game number 6.
High ground control in general has looked rather volatile today, but I think it's really just all about players treating each match as if it's the first one. And if you can stay in that mindset, you can be comfortable and just play it out.
This is it. Fortnite fam, a single game left to go. That will tell us who's going to grand finals. That will tell us who is fighting in Surge Week for that final opportunity going into grand finals. Stressful is not a powerful enough word for what is happening here. Keep note, every time you see one of these duos interact, that is it. Someone's eliminated, they're done. Are you stressed? Good. Me too. One final game left to go. How will this all end? Let's find out. This is the EU FNCS.
The final game and the final moment we have all been waiting for. Who goes to grand finals, who fights through Surge Week, and who has to go again in FNCS Major 3?
Look, I am on the edge of my seat because there are so many teams in this lobby who still need to have a top performance in this last game. If they want to auto-qualify the likes of Janice and Reason, they need to start sneaking their way in there. A couple others who are trying to make it to Surge Week. So much to play for here, Jake.
Yeah, I'm going to have my eyes peeled and locked in, ready to go, try to see who goes down early that has already clinched their spot, who still needs to make their way in. These games have been wild. These games have been crazy. And for game number 6, I don't expect any less.
And on top of all the players still yet to qualify, Jacob, I'm sure we will continue to see the players who are secure in their spot in the grand finals continuing to condition the lobby, continuing to let all the players around them know we are not to be messed with. And when it comes to some of the off-spawn battles, if you're Slovia and Asa, you want to continue to win. And that's what they'll do here. Zeston falls Julian Com as well at the hands of Asa. These guys have made this battle look easy.
Time and time again, that's where they're getting that first couple eliminations of the game. But always take note for a team like this that may not always be above the damage threshold. That's only 200 damage when it comes to Storm Surge. Ron lost his teammate over to go, and that's Anas and Marine who get that last laugh over towards Brutal Bastion.
But they shouldn't be laughing. They shouldn't be dancing. Anas and Marine, if they want to make it to Surge Week, not finals, to Surge Week, they need to go way up the standings. The prediction for them was something around the mark of 17th, 15th, 14th, maybe even top 12, something in that region. They need to start moving up in the standings. This has to be the best game they've had today if there is any hope for that duo and those two players who are elite names in the EU region, names that we've been familiar with seeing do well for many, many years now. It has to be in this game 6 that they make it happen. Mixon and Blackjack having some problems off spawn here towards this frenzy area. A fight that they've won a couple times, but it's also been a fight that they've lost, and Dande has been on the more favorable end, especially when it comes to both teams positioning in the standings.
The ODM off spawn. You know how fruitful it can be in anyone's inventory. Quickly tries to cause destruction and displace his opponents, but it only led him to take even more damage, so he's going to have to regret that one. And from 2 different angles being taken, height and low being solidified. Mixon and Blotch's run here in game number 6 comes to an end.
And they make sure to whip out that broom emote. We're going to wipe the floor clean with you in this last game, sweep you back into the lobby. And off for tonight. No more Fortnite for you tonight. Get ready for the solo cash cup tomorrow, and focus on that because there are no more games after this. Teeny is missing Misha, and we know how good they've been in these fights. Can Teeny do the spectacular? Can he win the 1v2? It certainly looks like it. Picks up one. The other one's coming in now. He's built a ramp to block his head. And now just slowing things down. Teeny. Oh, Teeny. Can he win it out? The player's trying to run into his face. And that's going to play right into Teeny's hands. Oh, wow. Teeny and Misha dominating off spawn today.
That's what you do to kind of pick yourself back up and continue the pace that you've set up into this point in time. Even Pablo and Goo getting some in the elimination feed. A lot of the teams that have much to fight for to kind of close out the day still performing well, trying to stay alive here in this lobby as Teeny's going to get his teammate right back on in. And now, as we saw them very, very safe moments ago, but Marine is going to be the one going down. They have 3 eliminations so far. He's doing what he can to keep at least Cheatin within his distance. But with Cheatin crouching, trying to minimize the amount of audio cues, going to make it that much harder, more risky for Anas to try to go down and gather anything that he's looking for in terms of the reboot card, loot, or even try to go for the reboot and Brutal Bastion overall. It's that foot race. Cheatin's trying to do the same thing. He's stuck in that same position. I got to get the reboot. Where do I even get the reboot? Because there's so many teams, and with the zone kind of pulling south. If you look north, Vino Queasy's there. You look south, Tayson and Mustache are there. So a lot of our heavy hitters still hunting for that opportunity to kind of pick up some scraps of any teams that they hear into the distance. Even Vexy and Daboul, after a big victory already on the day, you can see them hunting with the elevation that they have. A team trying to go for that reboot. It's one of the solos that we saw literally just moments ago, and that's Cheatin who goes down. They finally let one slip through the builds, and that's a full duo sent back to the lobby.
Tough scenes there for them. Daboul and Vexy currently sitting right in the position they need to be. 10th place is what they would need to make the top 40 and qual automatically to the grand finals. And that's where they are. They need to hold on to it. Marine's gone down in the feed, though, which is not good news at all for him and Anas's chance this FNCS. Well, Tenzi and Howley, a team that has been ever present in all the qualifying weeks. They've been here week 1, week 2, and here in week 3. And they win this fight against Teeny and Misha. They take down a team who's been so impressive today.
Seconds there from trying to get that revive off. That's the boys.
He'll get the reboot anyway.
Solary, Clement, and Floki. Gonna be looking at them among a few other teams here in the lobby to see how they perform on the day. Did they get what they came for this FNCS? Only time will tell. Same with Scroll and Sky. They're gonna go ahead and leave Brutal Bastion early. They don't want to fight for that loot. They don't want to fight for the Mythic Havoc. But they could be one of the teams that goes back. You see them trying to backtrack in their steps to go for the scavenge or anything that might be left over in the vault.
Look who's just lost the fight again. Mr. Savage and Vidil against Thomas and Malabuka, the rematch. And once again, Thomas and Malabuka taking them down, taking them out.
Not where you want to have happen. But honestly, if you're Janice and Reason, you're like, hey, that's one less superstar team that we have to possibly fight through. But looking at Thomas's loadout, 12 different splashes, more than enough to regenerate some trades for tags. You can see the big pot still in there, even more splashes. He's gonna upgrade his kinetic blade, get an extra charge. That had to have come from this fight right here. Mr. Savage and Vidil. This is exactly how Malabuka and Thomas were able to win this exchange. 2v1ing Vidil. And they immediately spotted out who it was, and they do that same thing on over to Mr. Savage for a 1-2 punch combo.
I'm not sure what the thinking there is from Savage and Vidil. They were overly aggressive today at times. Again, maybe an example of a team that's trying to condition players around them in their area, but nevertheless, that will be the end of their run. I will say, though, even if today hasn't ended in glory for that duo, what a season they've had so far. And they will be in the grand finals. We will get a chance to watch them there, so hopefully they can get back to their top ways when it comes to that round. The fundamentals are certainly there from them. A very, very interesting duo that has certainly made it fun to be a Mr. Savage fan again.
Definitely has. Brings back old memories of the OG days. It's Thomas and Malabuka finishing what they started. User's gonna go down. They're gonna clean up all that loot and even take note. It's not so far away from their actual landing spot as they spot another team in the distance. And this is exactly for a team that's already got their spot in the FNCS Major 2 Finals. They're just trying to push everybody out of their racetrack and say anybody dare come within 5 meters of this track is gonna have to face the likes of us in a box-to-box fight. And it just seems like every single time Thomas and Malabuka in a fight, all they do is snap their fingers and half the team even disappears.
Vortex and Yakpo, unfortunately, they don't have the mythic shotguns. I feel like every game we always see them with them, but this time round, no bueno.
This is actually a loadout I wouldn't expect for a team that's been fighting everybody in the lobby game after game. In game 4, Vortex even wiped by himself 3 different full teams. So you can see exactly what Thomas and Malabuka fight for game after game, besides the first 2 when they went to Mega City for the vaults. Just a weapon cache, and now they're going up against Revsguard and Hellsfire. This is an exchange between 2 teams that we've seen already once today. Hellsfire with that Mythic Havoc pump can deal so much damage in the blink of an eye. They has Malabuka on the run, and they're trying to converge on the location from 2 different angles, but Hellsfire stuck between a rock and a hard place. And he has Thomas and Malabuka continuously on the run, and he's ready for a chase like this.
I'm telling you, Hellfire and Revsguard are the kryptonite. They got Thomas and Malabuka on the run, scurrying away. Who would have thought? We just saw them absolutely rip through Vidal and Mr. Savage, and now they're on the back foot. And it's this team, once again, speaking of rematches, right? Can they beat them in another fight?
Somehow, Thomas and Malabuka are able to come out on top. They're not only going to get a good amount of loot, they're going to get those Mythic Havoc pumps, and that's basically step 1 for their Fortnite domination. Grab the Havoc, then go for Rift Island shortly afterwards. But a huge sneak attack from Malabuka is able to get that first knock on the Hellsfire. Leaves Revsguard on the back foot as he continuously trying to run away now, play defensive. That's going to be the first huge find for them. As I talked about the vault loot, the Mythic Havoc pump shotgun that they've just granted themselves.
They do win the rematch, which is nice, especially after how things were just looking there for a second. And now maybe going to finish off Revsguard. There is competition to do so, but no, they will get it out. And you can see the celebration there. And look, I'm not one to read into outfits too much, Jacob, but when I'm looking at what Malabuka's rocking this game, read into that what you will. Read into that what you will. Seti and Camido, they want to keep their first place spots. Not many points separating them, right? About 17 or so from them in second place. So there's a chance for them to hold on, but Mustache and Tayson are very much in pursuit of that first place slot.
Would they be the first team, if they solidify this first place spot, to take first in multiple weeks?
What do you mean, like win multiple rounds?
Yeah. Well, not multiple rounds, multiple finals. I think they could be one of the first teams to do it. I don't think any team in any other region has won 2 weeks of play so far.
I'm not sure about this season.
Oh, definitely not this season. Past seasons, sure.
Yeah.
Past seasons happened plenty of times. I just want to see who's the first to do it with a meta that is so drastically different than any other meta that we've seen almost to date. Rift Island does appear. Only 1 team so far, even meters from it. That's LTNT and Howley. They're trying to claim it as their own, but actually got to be careful because so many strong teams tend to fight for it. And you can see instead of taking the zip lines up, which isn't as safe, they're just trying to kinetic blade their way there, but Teensy gets caught out by Reason out of all people. And that's an important 2 points for Reason here in this game.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure why they went to blade up with their kinetic blades. The 2 charges was never going to get him up from where he was positioned. And now it's going to cost them because Altenti's down, Vortex up above. They're going to try to claim that. I wonder if they'll let him get the reboot off. I think they will in pursuit of just getting the pulse rifles.
especially depending on how long it takes. That might be them as well, thinking, hey, after we get these pulse rifles, then we can use that to get 2 more points on that rebooted player. So I got to agree with you that I think letting it kind of go through is going to be the name of the game, but I don't think he's daring enough to go for it right here, right now. He's probably waiting for the capture point to go through, waiting for them to disengage off the island, but I'm not sure that's going to be a viable strategy because as soon as this capture point goes through, it's going to be hard for anybody still here to try to survive. Well, one fight to another. Zara and Zangi, who have a little bit of height in this exchange, but anything is better than nothing. We've seen less of an advantage prove to be fruitful, especially with Zara having that mythic one-shot potential with the Havoc. Gets tagged up just enough, forced to back down. Zangi under pressure as well. They're forced to split up. They're not even in the same boxes. ODM gear to try to displace them even more. Cause some chaos, but he floats back just a little bit too far. Not exactly what he was looking for in this exchange, but Slove's there to kind of finish up, not give him a chance to heal. And this is their opportunity to 2v1. That's going to be the first knock, cleaned up rather quickly. And now Zara, even though he has the high ground stuck, what do I do? And his choice is go far back into zone, wait for them to disengage, and then try to get the reboot card.
Yeah, it's going to have to play it slow, especially against those guys. What do we have here? Anas and Marine still alive. We saw one of them go down in the feed, so SPG, can you let us know what happened here?
The Miracle Qual is still alive. Marine gets rebooted. Anas is now back. They made the rotation in. We just saw them. They're pretty shambles. It's going to be difficult. But if they can finish in the top 5 or so this game, you got to get a few elims too. They're going to be able to qualify themselves to Surge Week. It's a tough hill and a steep hill to climb, but they're still in it.
The dream is still alive. Anas and Marine can still qualify. They can still keep this FNCS going. Believe. What do we have to spam? There has to be some sort of spam. What's the spam?
What rhymes with Marine?
I don't know.
It's like what rhymes with orange. Nothing.
I don't know.
We're going to have to make it up. Hopefully he has, hey, maybe he has his own emotes in there that we can start spamming.
Maybe, is there a shrine emote? Spam this shrine to help Marine. I don't know. It doesn't.
I like it. I like it. Somebody quick.
I'm trying.
Make the shrine emote. We can spam it all together. Try to will him back into it. There's a few competitors here fighting just to go to Surge Week. Keep their season alive. Kefi and Prahawa floating around. Zones closing in. Opportunity going out the window the longer they take here in this spot. The Slove and Asa are on the other side. They got themselves a spot secured already. It's all about practice and bragging rights for them. Moving themselves further up the series point leaderboard, but a quick shot from the other side to land on Keefe, but he already has a slurp juice pop, so it's not going to take too much time before his shields are back up to shape. Continue to fight this, but now it's going to deactivate. You see him now taking some Storm Surge damage, and as soon as he does, you see him try to disengage along with Prahawa.
That's tough. That's really tough. Doesn't even have any charges. Just gets one back now. And it's fortunate he did because he's able to get out of the way. Asa was right there with the ODM gear. But he knows Pachawa is here and the wall just saves him. Oof. Asa didn't account for the team waiting in the zone. And the last chunk of HP taken as a result of it. Needs to be careful, even with how he's gliding in here. If he gets shot again, that would be really, really rough.
Yeah, but you see he's like hot on the heels. He knows the player's so weak. You can smell it in the distance, and that's where if anybody's going to try to clean up on damage that's already been done, it is going to be him, and there goes that first knock. Gets caught. Toe tagged him. Proud Chow on the other side as Slow Bay's coming in from another angle. They get the piece control going on over to their side as they drop down low to finish that one off. 1,400 above the damage threshold. This isn't even necessarily needed as they continue to try to take over the rest of the lobby. It's just something they want at this stage in the game. I don't even know where Slice came from, but he ends up trying to third party the wrong fight, let me tell you.
And that's really rough because Myox and Slice, we know the journey they've had to have today to make a qualification possible. And another spanner thrown into the works. Now, Asa and Slove, they will not care. They just want to keep hitting W. Marine down in the feed though at the hands of Mustache. I think I saw Tayson falling as well. It's going on all over the place right now between the dream of Marine and Aston. Tayson and Mustache, one of the best teams in the lobby, the second place team right now. And that's a fight that's so monumental for the standings and for some players' hopes and dreams.
Talk about the weapon caches, and you get stuck going against Thomas, Malabuka, Tayson, Mustache. Now you have the dream that you're trying to keep alive, going for the miracle. And you run into them again. It was Marine who went down overall. Kind of got a replay of that one as Anas just trying to get aggressive. This is exactly what you were talking about.
Did they come out on top though? Say it ain't so, say it ain't so. The dream, it's gone. It is no more. Anas and Marine, their season comes to an end. And for two household names of the region, just not this season they needed to have. They're gonna have to hit the drawing board. Maybe next major we'll see them playing together again. Maybe they will be with new teammates. But for now, their chances of the FNCS final are no more. Queasy and Veno still alive in this one. We will definitely be seeing those guys. Anchor and Gold, what a day it's been for them. 252 above right now is a good spot to be in, come 7th zone.
That top 10 is still going to be important for some of our competitors just fighting for the opportunity to go to Surge Week, as Bull and Vexy sitting at 147 points below the damage threshold by a good margin. When it comes to Storm Surge, they're just on the hunt, peeking through the cones. A couple players are in bushes. They're instantly going to land a couple of shots. Definitely not enough when it comes to Storm Surge. They even took more damage than they were hoping. Going to force out the med mist, then the splashes. At the very minimum, at least they left themselves plenty of heals to try to trade the shots off, but they still find themselves below with more work to do. Malabuka got dropped.
Malabuka down. Thomas trying to get the revive off. Oh my goodness, I'm sure Malabuka wish he could just snap his fingers and wish all of his problems away. But that is not an option for him right now. They have to hope that Thomas can pick him up, and that hope is slowly wilting away. Malabuka falls. And that means Thomas now has to worry about all these players still in the zone. Looking at him, he's gonna try katana his way around, and Mustache's SMG not gonna deal enough damage to stop him.
I just heard the sound in the distance, the ODM. Brought chills to me right now. Somebody going through it as that southern, western side of the zone looking just as stacked as the north side. Everybody having to go west to try to figure out their spot into the zone. But the longer you wait, the more space that is going to open up towards the back end. And that's why you might be seeing some of these teams try to stagger themselves back as Thomas takes a huge shot. Dar and Zang, you hear all that action going down below, and they want a piece of that pie. Vexy and Daboul say the same thing as they're inching themselves closer and closer to Vox on the other side. And him and his full team, as they slowly but surely decide against it. Not now, not this stage of the game. We're at the top 26. Placement points haven't even begun to set in.
This is the biggest end game of their season. No game has mattered as much as this one for them. They have to have a good game. They need to stay in the top 10 if they want to auto-qualify for the grand finals. Otherwise, they put their hands in the mercy of Surge Week, and there are no guarantees when it comes Surge Week. When it comes Storm Surge, who's above, who's not? Trulex and Chicho. I say Trulex and Chicho. It's only Trulex left in this game, and it's only going to be Trulex left for the remainder. 132 above. Not much materials, but a kinetic blade will definitely make things that much easier for him. Seti and Cammy creeping their way over to the dead side of the zone. You see how easy it is to rotate from this side now. Nobody even looking at them, nobody giving them problems, and they can get in easy.
For Janice and Reason, easy. Well, that's no longer a possibility as it comes down to our final game. They had a little bit over 80 points coming into this last and final opportunity. before this game started. 10th place was at 145. They have a huge gap to close, and you got to take into account a lot of those players that are in the top 10 are still left alive. So not only do they need to have a great game to finish this one off, they still need a lot of the lobby to go down quick.
They're doing well. The longer they stay alive, the better their chances are. Just need somewhere in the region of the top 20. And they're well on their way to doing that in and around that area. Mustache and Tayson, though, their focus is to get first place. They're not worried about anybody who's trying to qualify for surgery. They just want to do as best as they possibly can. Janice and Reason now up and over the rest of the lobby, down towards low, down to just wood. It's desperation. It is not going to be an easy finish, but nothing good comes easy. They have to pick up Bloomy, and they will. And they're going to run in for those mats. They desperately need them.
Look at the zone. Look at the zone. What a final game that we're going to have. Hopefully you got your ticket for this roller coaster, because it's going to go up, down a lot of these mountains, open waters. This is going to be hard for some of these players, but for Trulex, for him and Chicho, it's Trulex who has been picking up a lot of these points as a solo. There's still a lot of confidence left on the team overall. Zara lost Zangi long ago in this fight, and he's fighting for anything that he can get his hands on in terms of materials. He has 7 left that he can place, and he has two zones still to go through.
Praying for a zone pullback, and that's not what he'll get. But he still stays in this game. Queasy and Vino finally back up on hype. Will this be their second win of the day? Cammy and City have fallen, and so the window certainly is open for Tayson and Mustache to try and take first place.
So many points just got picked up through placement right now, and there's still so many left on the board for teams like Gold and Anchor to try to pick up the pace here, get that top spot, punch their ticket to either Surge Week or the finals. Octor and Combat trying to do the same thing for them. Everybody neck and neck in terms of placements, but Janice goes down! Janice gets lost! It's all up to Reason here! That is a huge amount of pressure to put on one person.
Reason in the zone, only a couple ticks away. But I think that will be fine. 142 points should put them somewhere in the top 15. You've got to think, will it be enough to keep them in? Will it be enough to allow their season to continue? For the rest of this lobby, though, as the game continues, it's Mustache and Tayson up on second height, and Queasy and Vino have been chopped. They will have the kinetic blaze to stay up and above. And unfortunately, nobody really going to be able to take height like that. But Mustache and Tayson, they will persist. They will continue. They will try and chop. And maybe they'll find some success. But Queasy's going to have something to say about it. A big shot to stop Mustache.
They saw that one coming from a mile away, and they acted so quickly to save the day. Tayson flying through, landing a monster of a shot, but no builds left to his name. So he's got to do this with very little. And he goes a huge tag, but Andalex gets the last lap. Vox now takes down Slove. So this is coming down to our final 5 teams as Vox fighting for his life with only 10 HP. He needs that one to stay alive, and he gets dropped by Hizix.
They couldn't get up the hill. So many of these players running out of materials, and for Hizix, he's running out of HP. It doesn't matter if he has the mats. Gold and Anchor, now one of the remaining teams, the only duo left in this one. Oh no, it's Queasy and Vino up above. They're still alive together. And that's going to be a big, big problem for Gold and Anchor. Anchor's fallen now at the hands of Queasy, and Gold just has this one splash left. He needs to try and find some heals. He needs to connect with that shot, and he will. Oh my goodness, Gold might have just done it. Will he be able to out-heal against Diox? Oh no, Diox has so many splashes, and Gold doesn't have anything to his name. It's gonna be the end. It's gonna be Diox. It's gonna be Andalex that pick up game number 6.
He's just traveling underneath all those builds like a groundhog. And guess what? For him, it's Groundhog Day, because he popped up for fresh air at the perfect moment to win that heal off. There were so many big teams going down all around, and that's where we saw Tayson finally go down. And look at everything that he earned for his efforts to take the final game of Week 3.
Tayson almost single-handedly ruined the chances for them to pick up that win. He was doing so well against them. That shot onto Andalex was absolutely nasty. If he had some builds, maybe he would have blocked Diox from pushing him, but it didn't matter because Diox was able to close things out, and a big win for them.
Yeah, and it only leaves me wondering, was it enough to get them any position to continue their FNCS journey? Same thing can be said for Janice and Reason. We're all at the edge of our seats waiting to figure out who booked their ticket to Surge Week. Zeke and friends, please let us know. We need it now.
Thank you so much, Jacob PR. 11 2K, fantastic 6 games here in Week 3 of the FNCS. Europe did not disappoint. Now, before we get into all who did and who didn't qualify and all that. First off, let's take a moment. Diox and Alex, they find themselves the victory royale here in game number 6. And I gotta say, I was impressed. The last little bit here was a little bit clinical. You know, it's kind of the EU once again I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, Diox pretty much being left as a solo there after making a play on the mid ground, kind of finding his way towards a bunch of chug splashes off of that refresh. Gives him enough of those heals to actually just straight up win this heal off. Only had to go up against 2 other people that were actually alive during that zone. So there wasn't anybody really trying to heal off, you know, compete against him in that regard. But could have been a close one if he was actually found out.
Yeah, you just have to appreciate, I think, the sacrifice that Andalex ultimately made there to ensure that Diox would be in a position where he didn't need to necessarily directly challenge after the fact. Once he found that initial refresh, Diox knew, just back it up, wait it out.
That's right. Here we go. One last look at our standings. Remember, at the end of today, these 6 games, wherever duos place on this board will put points on our series point leaderboard. Seti, Cammy, well, we already know they're going to grand finals. It's fine. No one had any question. What about Mustache and Tayson? How are these guys looking? Chilling. Okay, all right. I like it. I like it. Gold did actually, placing in that top 5, find himself a spot in grand finals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they place up on the series point leaderboard. They were very, very close. I believe it was like 41st place going into this last game. So very, very close for them.
They really needed to come up huge in this final match in order to try and escalate themselves just a couple of places higher for the series points leaderboards. And this might just be enough to do it here, Vivid, because the way that Gold and Anchor were able to toggle back to back, even being challenged by Veno and Queasy at the last moments there, it was just a little unfortunate for Gold that he didn't have enough splashes and wasn't able to actually close the gap to get to Diox in time. But I think you have to appreciate the way that he played from box to box.
Yeah, 100% right there. His ability to kind of create space with a sliding mechanic. I mean, that was actually some really good stuff. So shout out to him for making sure that he got those couple extra points to find himself in the top 5.
Absolutely. I mean, names they were kind of already pretty certain are going through to grand finals. Zara and Zangi there in your 8th place. Trulex and Chicky as well. Of course, Vini, Queasy and Vina. My brain does that. I just mix words. Just ignore me. But many names that were kind of looking forward to seeing going into grand finals. And I think for them, today was kind of a day to show us like, hey, you can expect this level of play from us there.
Well, I know one thing that I was kind of keeping an eye out for is that we had 34 players that were essentially looking to punch their ticket towards grand finals for their first finals appearances. And one duo that did manage to achieve that was actually Teeny and Misha. And it makes sense because you have to keep in mind, they're also our first EU duo to deliver us a double-digit elimination game for the first time in week 3, because I guess now we could see a little bit more of that elimination aspects without that party time augment or game time.
Yeah, we take a look. Top 20 rather. Everyone had the same question in mind, Refs Guard and Hellfire. They had to kind of have a day where they had to put points on that series point leaderboard. How are we hoping these guys fared?
No, I think they're chilling 100%. 20th place on this leaderboard should be plenty of series points. So we'll be able to see those in grand finals. Of course, going to be seeing them contest Mega City, which was kind of the big question today, right? Will they be able to make it all spawn and find some points? 125, definitely enough. But I'm looking at Janice and Reason, right? They were probably the biggest name duo coming into today. Like, hey, these guys aren't guaranteed to be in our grand finals. Are you kidding me? But I'm pretty sure where they stand right now on the leaderboard is plenty enough. That being said, though, coming into the last game, they were only 20 series points ahead of 40th place. So it was close.
Yeah, it was definitely probably much closer than what they would have liked it to be, that's for sure. And not only that, but when you think about the way that games 4 and 5 actually panned out for Giannis and Reason, they weren't exactly having the greatest transitions from mid into the late game, or at least as far as those last few moving zones were concerned. It was a lot of individual circumstances that they were left to try and deal with, because you have to keep in mind, some of these teams that have already qualified into grand finals, we saw them just being so overly aggressive time and time again. And I think that caused a lot of disparity for some of these other duos that were looking to just try and qualify in the first place.
I love the fact that you kind of bring that up, right? Like, we definitely saw some different play styles being played out in game number 6. Thomas Malabuka. But, you know, a team that we saw still play the way that they usually play, it's got to be Queasy and Veno, right? Still playing for the higher ground, still making sure that they get as much practice as they possibly can for grand finals. And, you know, we talk about them all the time. why they are so good. And I think it's got to be moments like these, right? Taking every opportunity that they can to get the most amount of practice.
Absolutely. Now, I think the question now on everybody's mind is what is next, right? We know Surge Week is coming up, and there we're only going to play a handful of games. Victory Royales or placing that top 5 will be enough to move you on to grand finals. With so many of these duos looking to play that gatekeeper, we kind of talked about that before going into this last game. I gotta wonder if the stress was already there, just saying like, please, I just have to get into Surge Week. For some of these duos, they may have been gatekept.
I mean, and also Orion, I think, a perfect example of a duo where this was their first week that they managed to qual. Granted, they only had a couple of weeks together as a duo in general, but when we look at the actual overall breakdown of the series points and our top 10 displacements, there's still one last chance again with the Surge Week, but as far as these guys are concerned, I mean, they're all feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like, I'm rating some of these names in this top 10 alone, and I'm already getting excited for grand finals. Of course, likes of Queasy, Veno, The Deal, Mr. Savage, Malibuca, Thomas, everybody like that is going to be in our grand finals lobby. Can't wait for that.
Let's take a look at the top 20 then. Let's continue to get some of these names that we'll see in 2 weeks. Zara and Zangi, the guys looking to contest that high ground, keeping Queasy, Veno off. They look to fight for it.
Yeah, and in 13th place, we, Q-Roll, another duo that was part of those 34 players looking for their first finals representation, and they've managed to make it.
Nice, and 13th on the series point leaderboard as well. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, we continue. Remember, these are the first 40 duos we're going to see in grand finals. Repsguard, Hellfire, they do, in fact, make it. Look at that, 29th place. That means they're going straight to grand finals. They don't have to worry about Surge Week or Victory Royales just yet. The next time we'll get to see them is in grand finals. Guys, we're drawing closer to that bubble. And I'm starting to get a little nervous. There's a couple names that I feel like I'm hoping to see that I haven't quite seen yet.
Here's
Janice and Reason, 39th place. Ooh, of course, Janice, Reason, coming down here to the wire, making it just 5 points. 5 points was the difference maker.
Never had a doubt. Be honest, full faith, you know. The process, Zeke.
I mean, even if they did go to Surge Week, like, they were going to be my #1 prediction to make it through Surge Week. But, you know, might as well just punch that ticket early.
Okay. So now we have to, I guess we have to ask ourselves the duos that maybe didn't make it.
Yeah.
Because remember, this is just grand finals. We have that top 40. So we know now who the top 40 are. We have to fill out 10 more duos, right? Where are we going to get those Surge Week? Well, let's see who got pushed out. Remember, top 90 is going straight through to Surge Week. JJ2 and Stompy, Grolls and Clown, names that we saw there in that first week, but couldn't quite chain things together in the following.
I think for a lot of these teams that fell outside of that top 40 threshold, one of their biggest hindrances was the fact that they just weren't able to consistently actually make it into finals throughout each week consistently, because missing week 1 or week 2 at the very start, I think is what really put a damper for some of these duos. But again, we have a lot of heavy hitters that are actually going to be available and present for Surge Week.
Absolutely crazy. Let's go down. 60th, what are we looking at here? Axe Force and Vortexers. Once again, a duo we saw a little bit of. Jerky has also gone through to Surge Week. Once again, just a couple names. And you guys actually pointed this duo out in 59. Lucia and Fury as well, right? Duos that we know had to kind of push it if they wanted to continue that FNCS dream.
And we saw a beautiful clutch from Fury. A couple of good shots from him earlier on in the day. So I'll be looking towards them when it comes to Surge Week performances.
Yeah, I think that in general, they weren't able to find that 5th place closure for today to find themselves immediately in grands. But again, having that second chance for Surge Week, I think is just where the VOD review is really going to come into play. But as far as VOD review is concerned, Hen and Paco, I think, are a team that, again, you wouldn't really anticipate them. Hen, I think, kind of struggling with some of these duo woes, but it seems as though Hen and Paco have kind of been making the bounce back.
We also saw Seno and Lucia up there as well. Taking a look at 70th through 80th. This is where we can find Vico and Kylie going the Surge Week. Kind of, you know, a little bit of a surprise there. And look at this, Zeke. Pablo, Wingo, and Bevies. It was a question mark coming into the day. They needed to get around like 40 seconds. So I didn't think they had to do anything too crazy. But again, had to make sure that they put up some points today, and they did so.
It's about keeping that dream alive, right? It's not over till it is over. So now we can take at the bottom right here, 90th. Remember that top 90 were the ones going on through. Floki and Clement. SCG called them out in game number 5, said they had to place in that top 25. And look at that, they just barely make it. 20 points is the difference maker. Absolutely insane. So now we know duos going to grands, duos that will be competing in Surge Week. When's that all go down? Let's take a look at our broadcast schedule. Now remember, the key one here is grand finals, but if you want to see some crazy high octane gameplay, come back for Surge Week. Remember, the Victory Royale or top 5 are what we are looking for. Grand finals, May 13th, 14th is going to be wild. Remember, more spots available for global champion. I'm just baffled. Levin, I'm baffled.
Are you baffled?
Because I just feel like, what happened? Names,
What happened?
names that I thought was gonna make it didn't.
See, you've been doing this since I was born, man. You've seen it all. Don't act like you're surprised. You are here. When we talk about chaos, right, we are actually just saying Zeke. Like, we could actually replace the word chaos with Zeke. You've been there, Zeke.
Please
you know this.
Please don't do that. Why would you call me out? I know my birthday was last week and you're trying to call me old. Not acceptable. You know what, Jacob? How are your thoughts on the day?
I mean, to me, it's just one of those situations where our finals teams are just proving why they get their drop spots uncontested. Everybody else just fighting tooth and nail to survive.
I do want to say seriously, right? Tayson only played 5 games. Playing on a PC that isn't actually the PC typically plays on and is playing on like really bad FPS and still does so well today. That is a serious play. That's a serious team. That is why they are the reigning champions.
Listen, that's not easy, right? I've experienced playing on different setups before. If there's like one setting that's off, you can feel it. So shout out to Tayson. Again, it's also important to point out, not even playing one game and still making it that high up on the leaderboard. Impressive stuff. I'm going to be looking towards them when it comes to grand finals.
Yeah, but I mean, Rastash and Tayson, they were a team that we knew had it solidified basically from the get-go, but Giannis and Reason in particular, so happy to see Giannis collect his 15th finals appearance here. And I think that even more importantly, it's just another shot to try and challenge the former major champions.
Wait up though. They're talking about finals. They're ready to watch finals. We still got Surge Week to go through. 5 games, winner take all in those games, then a top 6 on the leaderboard. I'm ready for next week.
Okay, so for viewers at home that maybe have never seen a Surge Week, why should they come back next week?
Because anybody has a chance to win. You get high ground, you win the game, you advance to grand finals.
It's not that easy. It's not that easy. You don't just get high ground and win the game, right?
I mean, if you're Levin, it's easy.
Well,
he's always on high ground.
He's always on high ground.
You know, there's a lot of things easy for me. Look, I'm very excited for Surge Week, right? Obviously, 5 games. 5 winners of those games qualify. The top 5 most consistent teams qualify. It's all to play for, right? That style of game where the winner takes all is something that I think always provides for entertainment.
Yeah.
And I think, look, looking at some of the games we saw today, I don't think this lobby is indicative of the kind of things we're going to see moving forward, right? A lot of teams are conditioning, a lot of teams, playing in a manner that I don't think they would translate well into a grand finals lobby. I think next week things are going to get real intense.
All right. Taco, thoughts on this?
Look, we listed so many names that are going to be participating in Surge Week as is, and not all of them are going to have slots to actually make it into finals, because keep in mind, it's only 10 duos that we're trying to add towards that finals aspect, so anything can happen, and it feels like it's anybody's game to take.
I'm telling you, if you have never caught a Surge Week, make sure you come back next week, but don't get ahead of yourself. Don't forget, tomorrow, North America takes the stage. We got more names, more duos that have to try and push in to make grand finals. I know we hate to say goodbye, but it's just one day away. So as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you on that battle bus.